Our family has ruled this land for generations while protecting the desert emerald. A massive calamity was approaching, which threatened the peace and prosperity of our kingdom. I desperately tried to gain power from my people. It was on that night I saw a beam of light. I thought to myself that this was our chance.
Actually, it was my chance, and I made sure to grab hold of it. Our pharaoh had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a message: I will bring back hope. The whole kingdom was met with despair. Hope? Hope can be achieved only by our own hands. It was me. I took our people out of this disaster and restored our kingdom's wealth. I am the rightful ruler of this land. The best pharaoh is a dead pharaoh. He should just quietly be revered from the shrine. Return? I will not sit idly by. I won't have it. I won't let anyone take what I've earned away from me. I'll oppose them with all my might, no matter who it is.
एमओ खत्म हो गया। अब दिखाते हैं धमाकेदार एंट्री। सॉरी।
मुझे चारों तरफ से घेरा हुआ है। But you know what? I got this.
ऐसे भी क्या जल्दी है? अभी तो गेम शुरू हुई है। यस! क्या बात है?
शुरू तुमने किया था, खत्म मैं करूंगा।
एक जज्बा, एक टीम, सबकी जीत। ढूंढे अपने अंदर छुपे हीरो को। गली स्क्वाड के साथ बी द हीरो।
मारखौर कौम पर गैर मुल्की यलगार की पेशन गोई हो गई, इसलिए छोटा मारखौर अपने बचपन से ही बहुत मेहनत से तरबियत करता है। ताहम वो तंज और दंज का शिकार है। जब तक कि आफत पेशन गोई के मुताबिक ना आ जाए, वो एक नौजवान लीडर बनता है और लड़ने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करता है। आखिरकार वो दुश्मनों को शिकस्त देता है और जीत जाता है।
यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is day number 4. You are, of course, watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Fall Split, brought to you by Oppo F21 Pro. Of course, I'm Fixes, joined by Blotter, and yesterday was quite an eventful day. I mean, all these teams from the middle order finally, taking a plunge, especially Metershot Sky, getting their first hat-trick. And what a storyline had it been. Even Team Star did make quite a comeback, getting a chicken, and so for the team, so for the players of Team TmwEsports as well. But as we move on to day number 4, it is going to be a whole new day, whole new start for all these teams to battle it out for that top 12 position, because tomorrow, we have that match of Livik, the bonus matchup. So, Lakshay, how excited are you?
Well, definitely, I am elated with the performance that was showcased from the side of Metershot Sky. At the same point of time, as you beautifully mentioned, yes, tomorrow, that 6th game that will be played, only top 12 teams will participate. But the best part in all of that is, even if teams are not able to get themselves in the top 12 today, but start bringing themselves closer and closer to that 12th position, then tomorrow's games will also be very crucial and detrimental if they can participate in that Livik map or not. So today, as well as tomorrow, very critical days for these teams that are below the 12th position in the ranking.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you talk about the big names, especially for the likes of IA, Freestyle, Regicide, you've got R3D, even the likes of 3X, Esports, so many big names. Even I guess Esports also missed out on playing that bonus map last time as well. I mean, despite having a good start, they could not really carry it forward. But we'll talk more about that. But right now, let's take a look at what's on the line. $100,000 is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The first position getting 10,000, second 6.5, third 4.5 thousand respectively. The tournament MVP receives $1,000, and this time we have a very interesting format. So in the league stage, every single team, despite where they are ranked at, they're gonna get $2,500 respectively per team. So what we see in front of us, Blotter, is just the final prize money that we're talking about, $10,000, whoever wins the PMPL Pakistan.
Absolutely, a big chunk, of course, that is available for these teams, and along with that, of course, you also have that perfect opportunity, right? Because top 6 teams will qualify for the SA Championship, but before they can do so, they need to bring in those points, and the way that we've seen Pakistan region bring in those points is based on the elimination points, and those points are, of course, racked up in quite a high octane performance from so many of these teams now that are part of the lobby, and they keep on pushing that envelope forth again and again with every single match that we participate in.
Oh yeah, of course, they certainly do, the way they've been playing, and we have been talking about the bonus points, right? You need to be on your toes every single time you come into the fray, because you're getting those extra points. Now, we've been talking about whichever team stays on top, like let's say for Magnus, still untouchable, 169 points, and if they keep on playing like this, they're gonna get those 20 added bonus points that will eventually help them in the finals. Then we do have the league bonus after the league stages. Wherever you are, you're gonna be matched accordingly to the points that we have, depending on your position points. But as we move along forward, let's take a look at the groups this time around, because every single time we are going to have new set groups every week, right? So this time Group A consists of I8, FS, Metershot Sky, R3D. We do have Group B consisting of Magnus, Quraysh, Star, 52 Esports. Group C does have TUF, Esports, 3X Esports, TmwEsports. Group D does comprise of Quantum Rage, H2E, T20 Triple Esports. Group E does have Team BABLU, the Faulty Devils, Regicide, and the Grounders.
Absolutely, and of course, the first game that we are going to be looking at today, we are only going to be looking at Group A, B, C, and D, the ones that will be participating. Group E, for at least the first game, they are going to be setting it out. That means, of course, right side Team Faulty Devils, the Grounders, as well as BABLU will not be part of this upcoming game, match number 1 for the day. With that, of course, let's move on ahead and have a look at that storyboard, the overall ranking that has been created based on Week 2's performance from all of these teams, and comparing all of that. Combined with, of course, the performance that they showcased last week as well. I8 still leading the charge with 431 points, but hey, we've been looking at it since the start of week 2. Magnus Esports, they've been on the climb. Quantum Rage, they've definitely been trying to hit that market and target. They're still a little too shy, but Magnus Esports, they get in there with only 3-point difference. 2-point difference that they need to capitalize on to cross over I8.
Oh yeah, and I think look at how they've made it up, right? It is their position points consistency that they have been showcasing, Lakshya. Especially they had been consistent in week number 1. Now heading forward to week number 2 also, they've been even better. But as we move along further, Metershot Sky, one of those teams that has really impressed us, and we hope their Christmas keeps on going, right? Because the kind of a storyline they've built yesterday, the kind of hopes that they've built yesterday, the way they performed, I think I would really want to see them enter into the top 10 by the end of evening. But at the same time, would also love to see Freestyle, R3D, and all the other teams also collect a few more points, because TmwEsports, I mean, the first week they did not perform the way they were supposed to. Still are yet to get that chicken dinner for themselves, and the same even goes for 52 Esports, where we have seen them getting ever so close. I mean, as far as maybe hashtag 2, but that chicken dinner is still missing.
It is. It definitely is. It haunts them, I'm sure, now, because after all, this is going to be pretty much the second last day of week 2 itself, after which they're only left with week 3 to try and make that name, resonate a little bit in the lobby. But yeah, it is turning into a tough conversion from their side. But along with that, when it comes down to the teams themselves who have been performing and have been over the top, well, of course, it is Metershot. As Fixes also did mention, 3 chicken dinners, that to back in one single day that they did yesterday was beautiful to witness. Again, that chicken dinner, along with, of course, the elimination points that they racked up, a clear difference being showcased in terms of the aggressive streak that they've got in week 2.
Oh yeah, of course. Now you can take a look at the average stats like we've been talking about, right? I mean, you would find the survival times barely 19 minutes, and it all comes down to the fact that they kind of messed up the first 2 days, right? It was just the 3rd day where they kind of got themselves into the mix, and they have been increasing their numbers, especially the way they've been fighting it out all along. We've seen them, struggle in those early phases of the game, but seems like, the way they've been playing, they're on a whole different role. They've managed to get a hat-trick for themselves, and this is where it comes down to the fact that, they did not win last game. Now, if Lakshay, they're gonna get another chicken dinner at the start of the evening, then that's gonna be 4 in a row. So
wow.
You can see, I mean, this team, they are having a hot streak going on over here, and the way they've been playing, I mean, it's pretty standard, right, if you think about it, because they're the ones who rotate very late inside the circle, right? They do not engage in unnecessary fights anymore. They buy enough time for each other to make sure they're here for that, taking the fights in unison with each other, and this has been paying off so very well.
It definitely has. For Metershot Sky, I mean, we were talking about it as to where is that limelight lost and gone compared to the previous season. Well, again, they were just trying to understand the lobby that they were up against, and in doing so, finally, in, of course, week 2's day number 3, they hit that marker, and day number 3 being the very crucial and critical one for their side of this team. 3 chicken dinners, that to back, a perfect play where, of course, we are looking at it in terms of the teams that they were able to rack up those numbers against. Magnus Esports, I8, Triple, I mean, no team was left untouched from side of TmwEsports.
Oh yeah, I mean, none of them had been left behind. As yesterday, the way they got their chicken dinners, I mean, we could see everything, right? A culmination of going very aggressive, but this Miramar game, and they were quite patient, just waited for the right opportunistic moment, and once it did, just went in ham, got that chicken dinner to themselves, and ever since, we can see that boost of confidence, right? It's something like teams like maybe 3X, North Esports, even 52 Esports, for their likes, they do need that. But moreover, we do have the other teams, I mean, especially the likes of I8, Freestyle, Regicide, all
Right.
these teams struggling so much in week number 2. It feels as if, the other teams have read all of them like an open book. They know what they're going to do. But more than that, I really feel, the problem for I8 lies in how they've been positioning themselves lately inside the circle, right? In very, very tricky situations where they barely have any cover to play around those early initial knocks, and then there's no trades, no follow-ups, and you can see that a little bit of a fear settling in. Despite the fact, they were on top, and we were starting to speculate that if there is going to be any team that's going to topple them over, but it feels like that Magnus has stood up to the occasion and what did we count? It was just 2 points shy from them, and once they recover, once they make up for it in game number 1, they're pretty much good to go. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, comparison for Team Magnus Esports, the way they've been playing, right? It is week 2 day 2 versus week 2 day number 3, where we could witness a little bit of a dip yesterday in their performance especially, and I'm pretty sure the dip is not too harming, to be honest, because it's still pretty nice.
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, you talk about the start of yesterday itself, right, on the map of Sanhok. Magnus finished second, so that itself clearly showcased that even though there was a little bit of a dip that can be showcased in terms of the stats that are in front of our screens, nothing taken away from the position that they're at, because they're only 2 points shy of I8 leading the chart in terms of the league standings, and again, that they will easily be able to dominate against because of the way that Team Magnus has been synergistically been playing throughout this week 2. At the same point in time, when we talk about the aggression, well, that aggression yesterday was a little bit stolen away from the side of course, Metershot, because Metershot, again, back-to-back chicken dinners, they have to be able to dominate, and they did so against Magnus Esports as well. There, once again, I'll remind the viewers that Magnus Esports, they are looking very comfortable in the overall ranking. As of now, with the league standings just 2 points shy of I8, from toppling them over to be the first ones to reign in Supreme. And again, that consistent play is definitely going to be anticipated on this day number 4, week 2 from Magnus Esports as well.
Oh yeah, of course, you have to do that. And yesterday also, like for Team Magnus, I mean, they know they've got a target, right? They need to topple I8 over in terms of the overall standings. The points accumulated, including week number 1 and week number 2. So that is going to be really important as to how they're gonna achieve it. But moreover, I mean, from what we have seen from their side, I feel that this is still a very solid team. In fact, the most consistent team this time. We have from Pakistan every single game. Their approach has been amazing. But we never know. Today could be just one of those days where a different team altogether steps up. And I really want TmwEsports to rise and shine. We also did witness Team BABLU staging a little bit of a comeback yesterday in the final game, if you remember, in the map of Miramar. I mean, they got ever so close getting that chicken, but it was TmwEsports who had such a nice hold of the entire circle, did not let the players of BABLU capitalize at all. But there was a certain point, it came down to it, but QWERTY did have those man advantage, had those numbers, but huge props to Zibian and Dani, the way they played it around. But nevertheless, today, again, like I said, it's going to be a fresh new start for these teams. Now, tell me, Dakshay, which teams do you think will be the ones impressing us?
See, honestly, I'll go back to what I said yesterday, Fixers, because I look back on the entire stream that we've been a part of right here in this PMPL Pakistan region, and you've been pointing it out for Metershot Sky. I spoke about it yesterday, and they had that day come to fruition yesterday with 3 chicken dinners. You've been talking about that same exact play. Yesterday also you mentioned that actually for TmwEsports as well, and you had those hopes already set up in place for TmwEsports, and they did deliver that in style by the end of the day. So yes, in all of that, I'm going to steal your thought away from you. You did mention yesterday TUF performing on top and over the top from the competition. So perhaps if you talk about what team do I believe should be able to walk away with a chicken dinner, I do want to go with TUF this time around to start the day off. But we shall see if that'll be the case or not. But we'll find out, like you said.
Today I'm going to be a dreamer. I want that 4 back-to-back. I want history to be created. I want Team Metershot Sky to get in that chicken dinner the moment they really come in. But at the same time, like you said, I really also want Freestyle, I8, even Regicide, as a matter of fact, to get a chicken dinner respectively in the games that we have. I want it to be a mixed day. I just don't want it to be dominated by
Exactly.
a single team, because at a point it gets like, yeah, they're league apart, leave them be. Let's just have a match between all the other teams, because we want to see something new, right? And for now, we've been witnessing those various changes in teams, the style of play, especially if you remember, the game of Miramar, where Team BABLU suddenly decided to drop over at Picado, just eventually to be slapped right back at their faces by the players of TFT, especially Styler, who single-handedly clutched the whole squad. So that is something that was not well digested by Team BABLU. The next game of Miramar, they managed to secure a hashtag too. So it's also about these teams, kind of trying to practice things around new stops, new strategies, and if it works, it works. If it does not, it does not. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a time to take a look at the schedule that we have for you today. It's going to be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, and Sanhok. So 3 Erangel. So a lot of Erangels throughout the day. 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok is what we have. So the ending is, of course, going to be lovely, because Sanhok games really tend to get very intense. Whoever has the circle's favor. Yesterday, we started off with Sanhok, and if you remember, Team Staff, they were very patient. They managed to get the chicken dinner at the very last. Esports, they tried their level best. Avenger, one of those players, really trying to make a name for himself. But Magnus, they just did not have the circle, right? I'll be honest with you. Nothing taken away from them. Had they had the circle, if it did not go towards Star's direction, it could have been their game. Now, that is how ruthless Sanhok can be at certain times.
Absolutely, and today also, of course, it is going to be pretty much the same case where this time around I8 on that Sanhok map will not be seen, but still there will be an opening for so many other teams to be able to get those numbers at the same point of time. Well, today it is so perfectly mentioned by you as well. It is an Erangel day, right? Yesterday was a Miramar day. We saw, of course, 3 Miramars yesterday being played, and today we're going to be looking at 3 Erangels. So again, a very comfortable day it should be for these teams, because as far as the pressure itself is concerned, well, the pressure is definitely there based on how many point differences there are. But as far as the map itself is concerned, Erangel is one of those classic OG maps that every team, I believe, is going to be comfortable on. There can be picks between Miramar and Sanhok, but Erangel is always going to be that evergreen map, right? That's always, every team should be ever ready to participate in and bring in their best valiant efforts. That's what I'm hoping from these teams today to start the things off, and it is going to be in their favor as 3 Erangels are going to be played. But at the same point of time, yep, the battleground, it is going to get fierce. It is in fact getting fiercer day by day right here. We're already at week 2, day number 4. Tomorrow being the final day of week 2, it is going to be very crucial once again, the pressure point being applied right here for these teams that are going to be underneath that 12th position.
Predictions. First game.
Predictions.
We are tied.
Okay. Well. Like I said, I do really believe that TUF is going to have a good game, but we are talking about a chicken dinner play right here.
Yeah.
Now, that chicken dinner play is somewhere along the lines that could honestly favor one of the teams that has been doing fabulously well in week 2, which is going to be the players of...
Players of?
I've got 2 in my mind.
You have to pick
Quantum
one.
Rage.
We have
I've
a competition
got Magnus
going on.
Esports, and I'm exactly and in between, because Magnus Esports comes in from Group B, and of course Quantum Rage comes in from Group D. But in between, in Group C, is going to be TUF, 3X Esports, North Esports, TMW. Oh, this is going to be a tough
making
decision.
It worse, Lakshay. Pick one team.
Exactly. The more I think about it, the more it gets that much more difficult to even understand which side should it go for. But I do want to say, leaving all these teams aside, I'm going to go with T20 QWERTY.
All right, T20 QWERTY for Blotter, and he believes today it's going to be the day, and so do I. But I'm going to be a little bit of a dreamer today. I want to see that 4 happening, right? The quadruple chicken dinners. We have seen the hat tricks, and I think that has sort of become the new norm. Every other team is getting a hat trick these days. But a 4, that would be something off for the stats and for records. So Metershot Sky for me, if production can hear this one out. So yes, Metershot Sky, I want to believe that they have what it takes, or it could just completely backfire for all I care. But at this point, like we said, maybe it's going to be a difficult day for Metershot Sky, because I'll be honest with you, because they played exceptionally well. I'm pretty sure all these teams have their coaches, their analysts, who have been trying to figure out what Metershot Sky have been trying to do. Especially, this is exactly what happened with even I8, right? But more than that, even for I8, I really felt they changed their way of playing, the dynamics of playing, as a result of which did not quite get the results they were looking for. but we still believe in these lads. They know how to come back stronger. We still know, they should be the ones playing the PMPL finals, however, directly, because let's be honest, they are just that good. And the way they've been playing, I mean, I for 1 second never really felt we have been missing Crypto, one of the the biggest players of Pakistan region, one of the most consistent lads. We did give him a title of King Crypto. Now that he's gone into a different realm altogether, trying to get the crown from over there, and we wish him all the best. But the shoes have been perfectly filled, right, with how well Team I8 has adapted even in his absence. Every single player a phenom in their own very rights. But I think today also I want to see Khan 420 making some really amazing plays, because yesterday we finally got to see that little spark for him. Because if you talk about T20 QWERTY, it had all been about maybe Voltrux and Gravity, because Gravity, boy oh boy, this lad has on a whole different role. But I think Khan 420, if he steps up, I think T20 QWERTY, they're gonna have such a good time today.
They definitely ought to be able to. In fact, as you perfectly mentioned, yes, T20 QWERTY have also gone through some ups and downs for themselves, but throughout the entirety of week 1 and now into week 2, day number 4 itself, we've seen them rise up to the occasion. They've gotten closer and closer to that perfect conversion and get that chicken dinner on their name as well. With that, the flight path for the first game of the day going to be on our screens, where indeed it's going to be starting all the way from south of military base and moving towards north from the center line of this map, thus of course favoring each and every single team as they try and get those rotations set up for themselves. Starting off the bat, we do of course have I8 and Metershot, who are known to favor their drop location of military base, and that's exactly where we will see I8 and respectively No Repnoy for Metershot Sky. On the other front, for FS, they love to go towards that Quarry Ferry Pier region, and that is where we will see them slowly make their presence felt. But look at how Team Star is dividing themselves right now. Now, Team Star is playing a 2-man split from the looks of it, which is going to be A-OK for now, because at that area, there's no one that can at least give them any troubles for now, at least. At the same point of time, this week 2, day number 4, no change that I can see in terms of the drops coming in from the side of TmwEsports as well, that love to go towards between Mansion and Prison. T20 QWERTY, who are almost always towards that Shelter Prison region, who are going to be seen exactly over there. But now the fight is where I want to draw the line towards, as to where can we expect that first blood situation to be drawn. It is only just few seconds into the map itself. These players are still, gliding their way through towards their drop location, but where is that first blood going to be? And it seems like TUF, it is going to be a tough luck situation right here, where Magnus's player finisher is going to be the one of bringing in a UMP approach against, of course, Virus, as Virus does go down in the first 2 minutes of the game itself. A sad start for TUF right there.
I'm still, intrigued by Finish's, way of playing, right? Look at him, all lying down on his bed, and he's an amazing player. One of the MVP contenders for sure. But all the aspiring, these PUBG Mobile players, right? Gotta tell you this, that is not how you're supposed to, because as you grow up, when you become all like maybe you and I, you are entering the 30s, I'm pretty much 27. I'm sorry to give you that stark reminder, Lakshay, but this is something we can't afford, right? Especially when you have those problems with your back. So make sure you have your correct seating posture. And at a certain time, even the players would realize, gives them that extra little strain. But still, I'm pretty surprised how can you have that much level of focus at such a high lobby, right? It gets intensified. But again, leaving everything aside, I mean, Finisher is still an amazing player, and we love him for what he does. But we've seen a few changes over here. As you can see, Team Star, they've dropped around the farm area, and that sort of intrigues me, because again, they usually, if you remember, they go head on towards Severny. Right, so this is a different change that they have managed to get in their style of play. So, of course, we do not have a few teams from Group E, so might as well capitalize. I think that's what they decided. But taking a look at this circle, it's going to be pretty much somewhere around the northeastern side of farm, maybe around even farm. So, could be a game that works out really well for Team Star. Now, for the team that I have really gone for with my prediction, Metershot Sky, it's going to be a tough one. You've got Quraysh in front of us, and they've also been at a very good form lately. So if we witness a bridge camp, it's going to be really interesting. But we haven't seen a lot of bridge fights, Laksha, to be very honest.
Indeed, that is true. That is very true. In fact, there were a few occasions where it seemed like that could be the case. You remember when we had TMW against I8, and I almost wanted to see if TMW would stop in tracks to bring down I8, but that was not the case. TMW ran away from that as they were trying to get into the zone itself. Now, looking at this zone, another thing I'm reminiscent of is, the Ferry Pier Bridge or the Novorokroy Bridge sort of zone ending, where it's in between the military base as well as the main island, exactly where Team Star is, towards those ridges, towards those edges. Now, that is the kind of zone that does bring in a very precarious and an early shift rotation that team does have, will be able to, of course, get them swinging along and towards a better finish. But let's see. I mean, I really am reminiscent of that, but I'm not entirely sure if that will be the same for this zone.
Oh yeah, we've got to see, what really happens, right? We have seen a lot of those zone shifts. We have seen so many. But yeah, like you said, I completely agree with the fact that we have seen those moments where we might, start speculating that yes, there is going to be that bridge fight starting to ensue. But the next very moment, teams decide to either back off or one of those teams decides to move on, because trying to go for a bridge camp comes with its own trade-offs, right? You know that you might be susceptible to fire from your backlines if you haven't got it secured. So that has always been a concern, because there are two ways that you can head over to military base or head outside of military base. If it is in military base, you are setting up a bridge camp. Then if, let's say, someone comes over from the military base side and you're at the Nova side, then you're in for a bashing. So that is where teams have started getting a little smarter, because now with the new points, with the new format in this tournament, it has become very imperative that you get those chicken dinners for yourself. But for now, Team Magnus, they're reigning supreme in Pochinki, already have managed to secure the first blood into the game. It was Finisher getting the better out of one of those players of Team TUF. So Virus being taken down, one of the big guns. Let's see how TUF performs.
Indeed, as I did have high hopes for the side of TUF. On the other front, talking about Magnus, they definitely are reigning in supreme. Talk about week 2, it is definitely theirs for the uprising, because they are only 2 points shy of I8, which they easily are going to be able to capitalize in this map itself. And along with that, I8 not being a part of this game will give them a pretty big, will give them a pretty big boost, but I8 being a part of it also will, of course, try their level best to try and create a massive lead that they will be able to capitalize against Magnus's approach to the game. For now, as we do have Team Star's God Fury, moving along with the Bison. Interesting pick right there, with the level 2 kit looking very comfortable, but at the same time, the gun pick is something I would... well, we'll come back to that. We'll ask Fixes as to what does he think. But right now, we do have TmwEsports' Psycho bringing in a perfect spray with the Scarl against the rotating team of NES. And NES will not be affected by that at all, as, of course, Roshan as well as Avenger OP are going to be easily able to make their way through this exact same spot that TmwEsports' Psycho is going to be set up. In fact, not only him, but his entire teammates are going to be around in the vicinity as well. As they are in the open, they are going to have to be making that... yeah, exactly. They need to be making a little bit of a change in terms of how are they approaching this area, because they are all out in the open. At the same time, they can be surrounded, as we will come back to that map. You will clearly see that TmwEsports is getting surrounded by a lot many teams around in the vicinity. But for now, we are still left with just that one first blood situation that was seen through earlier, as TUF's player was lost down. Along with all of that, it seems like I8 have made an early rotation as they get themselves and their presence felt slowly but steadily towards the same area where Team Star is positioned, and it is seeming like, Fixes, we are going to be reaching towards those cliffhanger sort of edge from the zone, perhaps based on how these teams are going to be fluctuating and making those rotations.
You can already see, right? Look at Blade. He's got that steely demeanor. He wants to prove himself that he is the best, because his position has been contested, right? He's been toppled over, but we've been talking about T20 QWERTY, and they seem to have gotten the better out of one of those players of Quraysh Esports out there. And like you said, for I8, it's quite different, right? We've usually seen I8 make it very late inside the circle, but this time they've been pretty early, right? They've realized that I think center is the go-to way that they need to approach. North Esports right at the center as well made a rotation coming in from that school apartments area. We've been talking about how the circle shifts, right, around that eastern side of farm, or maybe towards the northeastern side, where maybe the likes of Triple Esports or 3x or these teams are, right? And as a result of which, so many teams have taken that center area for themselves. But take a look at Metershot Sky for once. I think, do you feel like they're the believers? They feel like the circle might take a sudden shift with a curveball towards the very end?
Ooh, they are playing a very risky game right here, that's for sure. But at the same point of time, they are playing it safe. There's nothing taken away from that strategy, that they love to enter the zone from the edges, right? And for now, well, they are pretty much at the edge. They know for a fact that there is no team around in the vicinity to give them any trouble. So they've got a little bit of a few minutes, I'll say, that they've got in their hands, that they can just hold on to that bridge and then see where the zone is going to be moving towards. At the same point in time, of course, Triple Esports once again trying their luck, bringing in those sprays, but that has just not favored them as of yet. With that, the first airdrop being brought on, and well, it seems like it is going to be nobody who's going to be interested in this for now, as we do have a Groza and level 3 kit waiting. But this is going to be at the Milta Power and Milta region, which again, no team is in around the vicinity of this airdrop. But for now, all the eyes, once again, from the director at least, are going to be favoring towards the side of Triple Esports, because this is a team, this is out in the open. They are surrounded by a lot many teams that are making the rotation pretty much in the center of the zone. And Triple Esports, they are ready. They do know a few teams that have already made the rotation, but sadly, the points have not been in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, well, sadly, is all we can say right now, right? And they need to do something to get all those points to their names. But Quraysh Esports having lost on 2 of their players, this is definitely not a good news. And same goes for Pain, who apparently is in a lot of pain as he's fallen down from a running vehicle. I'm starting to wonder what could have gone wrong. Was anybody shooting at his direction? 52 Esports, regardless. I mean, such an important day for them. And this is the point where they cannot really afford to mess things up, right? They have to be at their very best, show their A game to us. But now you can see, right, the team T20 they are on a vengeance mode of their own. They want to go in, get those finishes to their names. They want to take fights early on. They want to get back into the groove. I think that is what they're trying to do. But TUF, they're also trying to rotate around. Quantum Rage does have that potato hills to themselves as I8. Like you said, they're holding on to the clips. They believe that the circle might go a little bit down south, and that is where they have good control. While Freestyle, they've also made a way inside the circle. As Gravity, he's been spotted around, and I really expected Hunter to go with a better spray. There was chances where he could have actually taken Gravity down, because the other players of QWERTY could not have provided that quintessential cover fire to him.
Exactly. And for now, what Hunter has done effectively is reveal his position, where of course the scout from T20 QWERTY was Gravity, pushing on ahead to understand if at all the mountain was clear and an opening could be seen from that side, where Hunter has definitely just put a full stop to that exact same strategy. And now, of course, it all falls down to T20 QWERTY as to how are they going to be able to retaliate from the mountain across, which is going to be towards their in their control. As of now, we of course do have the zone also making a curveball shift once again, bringing itself towards the farm area. And talking about the farm area itself, we do have a lot of individual fights that can be seen, as so many teams are going to be finding in themselves towards the farm open farm areas. But right now on our screens, of course, was FS and H2E. The sprays were definitely there, but it seems like H2E have decided to falter down to the military base and then make a rotation from there. From there, I believe they were going to be entering into the Novorupnoy bridge. Wow. And right now, it's going to be Triple Esports Hunter, who has been able to capitalize and hunker down the position of T20 QWERTY. And Voltrux, sadly, has gone down. A tough luck situation for T20 QWERTY.
Oh, yeah. I really feel bad for Voltrux at this point, because to get that revive, they'll have to use a lot of their smokes, and Triple Esports, they want to take that fight. They look hungry, they look aggressive. They are men on a mission at this point, as Hunter is taken over the compound, taken the first floor. They're trying to make it difficult, or rather impossible, for the players of QWERTY to try and give a res. It's going to be such a risky affair, making sure they've got all those grenades deployed, as well as 420 boy somehow in the meanwhile gets a trade for himself, takes down Thug. Now this is gonna make things a lot more interesting, but this grenade from Rex could mark the end of Voltrox, maybe if he's not careful. But somehow I think he's managed to find some cover to play around with. And 420 boy just lobbing those grenades, trying to close off that flank that Triple Esports did have. Hunter getting knocked out. One more grenade successfully hitting could mark. Also, one of the other players getting taken down. But from the backlines, it is going to be 52 Esports. But it seems like they have no monkey business at this very point. Look at Hasu though. Just prying at their prey, and Voltrax right going straight away after getting himself back up. Hasu finally, opening up, and Thag goes down again. It is going to be so haunting for the players of Triple Esports. That is it. It's just not one squad but two that's going for them.
Exactly. It is going to be a very difficult position for Triple Esports to be able to walk away from, as T20 Quarry are definitely bringing those nade parades and making that presence felt. But at the same time, I'm feeling a little bit scared for T20 because of course, Quraysh being in the same compound, the team in yellow, and that is exactly what I was thinking about, where indeed the position and the advantage from T20 Quarry has been hurt a little bit. The gravity push will definitely capitalize on this entire team, as of course, we will have the first team to get eliminated being Triple Esports. 15 teams still to remain, 5 defeat points converted for T20 Quarry, but they have also taken a loss. Left, of course, are going to be Khan, Gravity, and Voltrix, where indeed Quraysh Esports made their presence felt and pushed on to take that perfect surprise elimination point against T20 Quarry. But I was dreading a lot more worse for T20 Quarry. Thankfully, Quraysh were a little passive in that third-party approach.
Yeah, but I could not really understand what was going on in Uzum's mind with this kind of a play, right? Having one of his players stationed far away, where especially Freestyle are, knowing the fact they're still in the lobby, that was a very risky move to take. And now look at them just heading inside the circle and maybe just going for a ram-in on the players of I8. And this is where IQ really needs to hold the fort, right? He has to somehow restrict the entry for Freestyle, because if they go in for a ram-in and if they make it safely and soundly, then it's going to be so much more difficult for the players of I8. But they know they've got the information. All they're waiting for is for the players of Freestyle to come out their way. And the moment they do that, IQ might just go all guns blazing at their direction and team eliminate. They might find themselves in a whole world of trouble, already losing out on 2 of their players. Now this is going to make things even more worse for them, because I8, this little split definitely did not work out for them. And at the back of their minds, they do know that. But now is not the time to lament. Now is the time to get a lot of eliminations, get some of those position points, restore the faith back into the fans that they had. But as we speak of TmW getting the better out of QWERTY, as Khan has been knocked out. Now this is not a good news, as finally Metershot Sky decide to enter into the fray. They've managed to get a few knocks here and there, but they're still yet to get inside the circle. Now TUF reduced to a 2-man squad. It's going to be really interesting as to what happens to them at this particular moment.
Oh, this is turning into quite a chaotic battleground right here, where we do have so many teams left with just a 2-man squad. Right here on our screen is going to be, of course, TUF as Thor brings in that perfect spray as Ash MVP does go down, and right there, of course, the spray will be able to connect and confirm that elimination point as well. As on the other front, the TUF's player, of course, Joker, so trying his level best to get his teammate revived. That's going to be Edgar, but at the same time, there's no possibility, as Metershot Sky has pushed on through with 2 of their players, Helsi and Khatir, just definitely trying to dominate. Joker, sir, on the backlines will not be able to push in his luck. As of now, of course, he is at the disadvantage, as of course it is a 2v1 situation against the players of Metershot. And all in all, of course, Ash was brought down, but it seems like Metershot are going to be able to capitalize, and Jokers are all by his lonesome with his UMP is going to try and capitalize, get in one shot, but sadly it will turn into nothing. As of now, of course, the teammate are going to be there. Khatir is going to be there for Metershot to be able to give that revival, but it seems like the Blues have caught up to them. Now this is where Ash, the revival, is it going to be possible? It has started, and yeah, this is going to be a tough position for Metershot Sky to be able to get all 3 players moving away from that.
Oh yeah, my heart's broken. The quadruple, the dreams, they have been shattered. But Freestyle, they've started closing in. Look at IQ, barely surviving, finally has administered that first aid. And another grenade goes in. And Uza might take some hefty amount of damage, but that was the Molotov, I believe. But regardless, Freestyle, they know that I8 are over there. They know that this is their fight to win. It is going to be such a difficult hold for the players of I8, especially Uzum trying to have that fight. But Mom2 gets him that opening that they require, as IQ is all by his lonesome, as he's burning already. Needs to do anything and everything it takes. But that grenade coming in from Malik would be the final nail in the coffin.
From their side, as I8 do get eliminated.
Oh yeah, and that is where things are starting to get really, really interesting. North Esports, however, have all 4 of their players alive, as now it is time to take a look at where the circle is going to take that shift next time around. Is it going to go towards farm? Yes, indeed. 3x Esports and Team Star. This little trade-off, this little gamble by Team Star really paying off heavily, because the moment they were around that farm split, and that is where the circle has decided to shrink. And if they play their cards right, we could see them again starting the day off with a chicken dinner.
Oh, this could very well be the case, as we do, of course, have them pretty much in the center of the zone, with all 4 players still surviving and looking very comfortable. And at the same time, it seems like Team Star also have a compound that could be able to help them out in terms of the position that they're at. At the same time, of course, there are 12 teams in total that are still part of this lobby. R3D, as we have on our screens, trying to bring in that perfect shot, of course, against the players of Quraysh, but Quraysh themselves are not looking good. They need to get into the zone, but they are being caught on upon, and that rotation from them is not looking easy. In fact, almost next to impossible. At the same time, as we were talking about Team Star and their compound right across their vicinity, of course, is going to be 3x's players as well, and 3x have a 3-man squad along with a compound to their name. So both those teams are looking comfortable as they will move on towards the end of the game. As of now, R3D's perfect position has capitalized, as we do have Quraysh Esports getting eliminated on that 12th spot. That rotation is just not possible, and now it seems like the same exact storyline is going to be the same for T2040 as well.
Yeah, I mean, somehow surviving, but look at Team Star just going all bonkers throughout the entire lobby. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, and Star deciding to restrict them somehow or the other. 3x Miracle and Mary, 2 of those players still surviving, as Magnus have drawn in closer. This could also be their game, as Quantum Rage also do have one of those compounds around those snake areas, as now we're just waiting for the circle to shrink. And Star does have the best position inside the game right now. T2040 right on the peripheries, and so are the players of TmW, R3D, H2E, North Esports, Freestyle also trying to make their way inside the circle, but it's going to be a really tough task to make sure they enter in, as Sultana all pinned with that mini, had that connected. That would have been really deadly. Still goes on to try to take yet another shot. Still not connecting though. Freestyle now will make their way inside the zone, as Sultana just trying to spray around with his AKM. Does not succeed, however, but how long can Freestyle survive, as they have managed to make it inside the zone? Now they want to pick a fight against Team Star.
Oh, they definitely do, and they are looking very much progressive. At the same time, from the backlines, we do also have Magnus Esports as well. Now, Team Star, they are going to get divided in this fight, and that division itself could be their demise, but we shall see if that'll be the case or not, as we do have TmW getting eliminated on the 9th spot. 8 teams do remain, 27 players in total. Team Star, the compound has helped them out quite a big chunk, but now they need to be able to factor that perfect compound into a fight and position, as well as, of course, elimination points for themselves. But will FS and Magnus allow that? Now it's Arbaf pushing on his envelope as he tries to get that nade in through the window from the backlines. As we were mentioning, Magnus is also going to be around in the vicinity. Now, Magnus, they have a clear opportunity. Either they can be very, very quiet, or they can utilize this opportunity to take on FS as well, because the flank angle is going to be open against FS for Magnus to be able to capitalize on. And it seems like Magnus's finisher is going to be focusing on the compound, and therefore God Fury does go down. Team Star in a little bit of a trouble, or rather a lot of trouble, of course, as they are a 2-man split in these 2 individual compounds, and God Fury all out by his lonesome is going to be almost very, very difficult to get that revival. But it seems like for now a little bit of a stalemate is going to result in the revival being possible. But Wasi, a perfect push from his side. Come on, bring in that Molotov, bring in that nade, bring in those utilities, and that could be the end for Team Star right there, as we do see the same case for T2040's Gravity going down right here.
Oh, that was so sad. I mean, he had just picked himself a particular corner, and R3D just decided to drive him over. And Washi showing his supremacy with that DBS, and we love these shotguns, especially after this new patch update, as Usama just waiting and hiding for the players of Team Freestyle to come out loud. And there you go, Mom2 having already been taken over. But what happens to Usama as he goes after yet another player? Does he get the better of him, as Magnus will take down Drolin? In fact, one of the players of FS in the process. My bad over there. As Usama still managing to survive, he is making sure that he somehow, picks up the chinks in the armor for Team FS and gives them a bashing to. Remember, as Team Star, they have been reduced to a 2-man squad, but look at this beautiful crossfire setup. The moment FS walk inside that squad house, they know they're gonna be done for good.
Absolutely, and again on the backlines, as we do have Magnus still patiently waiting. They've played this game, this fight in fact, to perfection from Magnus's style, as they let this entire fray happen between Team Star and FS. If at all anything, the third party from Magnus was against the players of Team Star itself, but now it all falls down to 3v2 situation, where Freestyle is going to try their level best to capitalize on this compound against the players of Team Star, but little do they know there's nobody on that first floor. They're all down on the ground, and the ground floor itself is now going to get hammered on upon from both of these two teams. We of course have not only the players of Magnus, but at the same time it seems like PX's players are also interested in this exact same fight, as Quantum Rage thought they had a perfect position. Seems like it is going to backfire from them, as the Molotovs and the nades coming in from Magnus are going to dictate the fight in their favor, and another fight. So two individual fights taking place right here. A third party situation against 3x has gone against them, and of course they get eliminated thanks to Magnus once again.
Oh yeah, they certainly do. But taking a look at this particular fight, Magnus do want to lock horns against the likes of Quantum Rage. Both the players are so low HP serious, also getting taken down, and Magnus, they are absolutely sweeping the floor. The way these players have been playing, I mean, Quantum Rage, JD and Goku, well, they have built up those smoky covers for themselves as they go on a retreat. There's no way that they can get the revives, but look at Maxi's position, and that is going to be of utmost importance. And now Finisher ensuring he gets those finishes for himself. 5 finishes have already come in for Team Magnus Esports, as they are having their eyes on getting yet another chicken dinner and have a really good start to the
Oh, they definitely are looking very close to that chicken dinner, but they need to be careful, as we do, of course, have R3D's players with that perfect elimination point conversion from the side of R3D. It is looking very much in control for them to, if nothing else, bring in a X-party, a third-party approach, and that X-factor approach into this fight, and that's exactly what they're doing, as FS Malek has been caught out alone, and it seems like a head was spotted right there from Hawk, but of course that spray will not be able to connect for now. Again, FS, a very difficult position for Malek to walk away from. At the same point in time, Quantum Rage is still there, and TmwEsports is still there, so the conversion for Magnus is not going to be an easy chicken dinner. They are going to have to fight it through these teams. Yes, the numbers advantage are favoring them, but all of these individual teams, they are bringing it out, they are battling it all out, but Magnus Esports, they're just a little too quick, they're a little too swift as they bring down the players of FS one by one.
Yeah, one by one, they are definitely getting the job done, as Wasi, the lonesome survivor, it seems, for Team Freestyle. But look at Zen being spotted and rolling! Almost did have himself wiped out, and Master does mitigate the damage, but this is the perfect time. If you want to push on Team Magnus, this is the perfect time to go in. But R3D, they have also been spotted out as well, as the final 3 teams remain. It is going to be TmwEsports, Magnus and R3D battling it out for the chicken dinner. By all odds, I think the biggest probabilities are with the lads of Magnus. They do have that compound. They, however, have to get themselves inside the circle. Shaw right out in the open as Finisher opens up with his AKM. Does manage to deliver that knock, as Maxi would just say thank you, sir, and steals it away.
Oh, with that, Jordan going to be pushing on to this exact same shack, as we do have Maxi from TmwEsports right in there, and along with that, of course, the numbers advantage going to be favoring the push from Magnus Esports as they eliminate TmwEsports on the 3rd position with 7 elimination points. With that, R3D's one final player, Walker, does remain, but that will be the end, and that is what was dictated on this first game of Erangel, as we do have our winner, the chicken dinner winner team, going to be Magnus Esports. Of course, finding themselves on the top of that leaderboard, along with 11 finishes and 15 points from that chicken dinner. 26 points is what this team has been able to rack up.
Oh wow, I mean, the tyranny continues for Team Magnus Esports. These lads do not seem to stop at all, despite what the circle is, how the odds are. Everything that they're doing has been into perfection, right? They know what to do, they know which fights to take, when to take them, rather, has become such a crucial factor as to why they're dominating week number 2. And with that being said, I think even on the overall standings, they've managed to secure that #1 position, finally toppling over Team I8. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short little break. We're going to be coming right after in the post-match segment to discuss more about this matchup. what a game! What a game number one
Yep.
it was. Just the way we predicted. But as we are back, you did of course take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro. I love that phone to the core of my heart, and like I said, it really goes with this jacket that I'm sporting right now, and maybe with you also deciding to choose between maybe orange or black. But have to say, they're also the sponsors of this event and for the entire PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan region. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the MVP, and who else could it be apart from Faster? I mean, finisher, Faster, regardless, 6 eliminations for this lad. The way he's been playing, amazing.
Absolutely beautiful from the side of Magnus, and this is something that we ought to, in fact not we, but in general, Pakistan lobby needs to understand how Magnus approach things. You know, they're very cheeky in terms of the fights that they choose to be a part of and the ones that they do not even want to make their presence felt. They had all the rights and the opportunity to participate in the fight where we had them going on the lurk lines where FS and Team Star were going up against each other, but they stayed mum. They stayed shut. They did take on one spray, but that was pretty much it. And they allowed the other fights to take on. Once that was done, once the coast was clear, is when we saw Magnus create that perfect synergistic push from their side. But at the same time, of course, we move away from Magnus's players towards players to focus. We do have NorthEsports' Max right here, with again NorthEsports a commendable effort from their side as they finish on the second with, of course, I believe 7 eliminations if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the way NorthEsports has been playing, I think this is also good news for them, even for R3D.
Yeah.
You know, they're also climbing up the ladder, and despite missing out on the chicken dinner, it's nothing to scoff at. But yes, taking a look at the match summary, it was pretty much a Magnus affair. T20 QWERTY very aggressive right from the very start, but sometimes I really felt they had too much to take, because holding on to the center, you cannot somehow put yourself in such a situation where you have to deal with a multiple squad, right? And that had sort of become their Achilles heels as we take a look at the match rankings. You know, Magnus on top, R3D at the second, NorthEsports on third, but Freestyle, boy oh boy, the fight against I8, I think, had to be one of those really crucial ones. And even the way they went after the players of Team Star, that is also something that we really need to upload.
Absolutely, and apart from that, T20 QWERTY on the 5th spot. Look at that, 1 placement point but 7 elimination points. So yeah, they were working towards a perfect trajectory of getting those elimination points, but as so perfectly mentioned by Fixes, they were just cut short. And again, it is a very difficult position, and of course when you've got 2 individual fights to take control of, it is not easy, but of course they tried. That is what we need to commend them for. With that, as we get done with this first game, let's have a look at the recap with the Oppo F21 Pro moments. And right off the bat, we of course did see TUF's player taking a big blunder right there. And at the same point of time, that position from T20 QWERTY, yeah, it was just a sad affair. Just could not have converted that.
Yeah, I mean, they should have anticipated that, while we're on the center of the zone, a lot of the teams do have their eyes on us. And, not really paying attention to that sort of became the reason why they got taken down. Look at Gravity. He could not even respond. Destroy just rammed at his direction. But, yeah, I mean, at this point, even Team Star was holding on to the center of the circle for such a long time. Just before the push from Freestyle just came at their direction. But Faster, being ever so vigilant, making sure nobody enters. And as a result, it was a Magnus show, and Walker, he was clearly left out of options, right, with nowhere to run and hide. Got eventually taken down. As we take a look at the damage graphs, and we were talking about it, right? QWERTY started off really well, 1600 points of damage, but teams below them could not really make their presence felt. Now Magnus, R3D, NorthEsports, Freestyle were the teams that really impressed us. Even Team Star, as a matter of fact, having the center to themselves, had a lot of damage points coming in, but not enough conversion. So that conviction rate was clearly lacking from their side.
Absolutely. But again, Fixes, it's a commendable valiant effort coming in from all
course.
of these teams. You compare this damage draft to how they were performing in week 1, well, this is a much closer one, a much more appreciated one, according to me at least, because of how they have been close in terms of course, those elimination points, in terms of those, damages that they've been able to get, the towers they've been able to create right here in the damage draft itself. With that, let's of course move on ahead and have a look at the overall ranking post this game. Now, this is of course week 2's matches that we're talking about. viewers, where Magnus Esports is leading the charge with 195 points. Following them is going to be Metershot Sky with 130 points, and 6 points shy is going to be Quantum Rage. So this is not, there's no change, of course, between these teams, but move that all the way down to 8th position team, R3D Esports. A 6 positions jump from them. A perfect start to the day, definitely it has been, from, of course, R3D as well as FS.
Oh yeah, I mean both these teams, right? R3D, FS. We were talking about their comeback, and seems like that chicken dinner might be coming in soon for one of these two teams, right? The way they've been playing. But as we move along further and take a look at page number 2, this is where North Esports, TmW, they've also taken a climb, but the others, they're taking that stead fall. And A+B Esports now, oh, they're not even in contention right now, at least for the top 12. And at the 13th position, they have to stage a comeback, Lakshay, because now the matches that they are having just have come down to 7. It's still doable though. It's still doable if they kind of have really big games. They might get into the top 5, top 6, but the way they are playing, I mean, it looks a little too tough at this point.
Honestly, it does. And with that, let's of course move on to the storyline and have a look at the schedule as we move towards second game of the day, where we are going to be going towards the deserty plains of Miramar, or rather not plains, the deserty mountains of Miramar, where Group D will not be participating, thus implying Quantum Rage, Team QWERTY, H2E, as well as Triple Esports will not be a part of this upcoming game. But on the counter, Team BABLU is going to be playing their first game. Same is the case for Regicide, Team Faulty Devils, as well as the Grounders.
Oh, Team BABLU finally making an appearance, and yesterday they missed out on that chicken dinner in Miramar. Maybe that could happen today in this particular game as well. But for talking about, the game of Miramar, we have seen a lot of circles really building up, the common ones being around, let's say, the areas of, well, this Los Leones side. Yesterday we've seen a few circles around those Monte Nuevo sides, those Monte Nuevo hills.
True.
And yesterday was a little bit different, a little bit towards that western side, a different circle in which Team T20 QWERTY really capitalized, right? Which began as a Los Leones circle, but ended, had that curveball and went all the way towards that northwestern area. But now is the time where you make a prediction, Lakshay. Who do you think?
True, mate.
It's going to win.
This is going to be a very important match, I will say, for I8 specifically. So I would want to see I8 overperform based on how their performance has been, and perhaps walk away with a chicken dinner in this Miramar game, because if not now, then when?
If not now, then when? I mean, well said and well put, because right now they have to wake up from their slumber. I do not know what they're trying to experiment, but clearly it's not working out, and they have to get back to their old style of play, right? But I think I'm going to be a believer. I really feel that freestyle can get a chicken dinner in this one, because, well, I mean, they have been in a sublime form, the way these lads have been performing. And I'm pretty sure they've got what it takes to get that chicken dinner for themselves in this game. Team BABLU can also, but I really want, just to support that entire storyline. I want to see a comeback story from freestyle. I know these players are capable of that, because today we did see some great players coming in also from Wasi. And Malik has always been in a good form, right? Zarbaf yesterday, he was phenomenal. So coming down, even Mom2 has been looking pretty sharp. So for me, it's going to be freestyle. For Lakshay, it's going to be I8. Boys and girls, what do you think? Or rather, who do you think is going to get the chicken dinner in this particular game? Do let us know in the comment section. But right now, heading into Miramar, it's going to be an exciting affair. The first question running through my mind is where the circle is going to be and how the other teams are going to be playing. Or maybe, we get to see a whole different team, right? Let's say, teams like, let's say, TmW or North Esports also managed to get a chicken dinner. R3D, as a matter of fact, they've also, gotten some ground for themselves. They also can be in contention for this dinner. But for now, I mean, the way things are running right now over here is going to be interesting to see if teams are going to try out something new. But I really want to see maybe a southern circle. It has happened in the past, to the Los Egos Island.
That is true.
I would love that.
Oh, yes.
If that happens. And Pakistan region always gives us all these, little bonus zones. We've seen one of those zones I clearly remember. I think it was last year in the PMPC, where the circle sort of went towards those two little islands that we have at the southeastern side of the map, right? It went over there.
Oh yes.
And it was a bloodbath when teams decided to rotate through. So I mean, zones like this, Pakistan gives us that. I really want to see one of those. But what about you, Lakshay? Where do you want to see the circle?
Well, again, as you mentioned, right? If this zone on Miramar does go south, then we know that, in fact, I believe that BABLU could have all the chance to convert this into a game for themselves. That is how they were making those rotations in week number 1. In week 2 on the map of Miramar, BABLU has changed their strategy a little bit in terms of how they are dropping down. But if that will be the case, zone favoring towards the southern side, towards the Los Yogas or the Prison Island altogether itself, then I definitely do want to say that Team BABLU has everything that it takes for this chicken dinner in the upcoming one. But at the same time, if you talk about where would I want to see the zone dictate this fight and the battleground towards, yeah, this is something that'll seldom ever happen. I've only seen it once overall, and that's going to be going all the way towards the Ruins trailer park, which again, like I said, seldom ever happens.
I mean, can happen. There is.
It can happen. Yeah, that is true.
Small little possibility if you've made the offerings, but because lately you did. There was this one evening where you got 2 of your predictions right back to back, and could have been a hat trick, and that could have been a new record itself. But regardless, I mean, the way things have been going on, I'm really excited for this matchup to begin, which will eventually, in just a wee while, because we're getting everything sorted, getting everything A-okay, readied up, as all these teams are geared up to enter into the battlegrounds and prove their mettle, just fight it out against each other. And such an important game, like you said, for I8, it is going to be. Now, if you talk about how they've been playing, how they've been performing, they're sort of lacking the persona. They're lacking that, I think the major problem has not been with the fights that they've been taking. The major problem is where they've been taking these fights. Your biggest example is, take a look at the final previous game, right? Two players very split up from each other, and there was no reason, because freestyle is going to come in, and having your player station over there maybe could be an insurance policy, maybe just to ensure they have a little bit of an angle if someone decides to push at their direction. But you also need to consider the other factors, and clearly did not work out, as we've taken it up to the skies, and the flight path trajectory heading towards Minas del Sur and Los Higos, and it's going to be a pretty even flight path teams not having a lot of trouble getting to their respective drop locations. But let's see who comes out swinging, who comes out to be the one victorious in this particular matchup.
Oh, definitely. Now, once again, the flight path majorly favoring itself towards, well, not necessarily all towards the western side, but majorly favoring it towards the western side. I do believe the zone could be a curveball throw towards El Azhar or towards the southeastern side, where Puerto Horacio is, of course, going to be one of those places. Impala is going to be another one. Los Leones, we've already seen that. So perhaps just, PUBG gods, leave that be. Leave that urban zone be, because I've got a love and hate relationship between those urban zone finishers, because the fights, they get so chaotic. Like, you are trying to look at how the fight is going to be. Okay. All right. I'm liking this zone. Again, 20 to 30% of it being in the water could maybe lead us towards an urban finish, or probably all the way to, I'm not entirely sure what you would expect right here, Fixes.
It's going to be a little tricky, right? I mean, we've seen the circle. We've seen the circle in the past, and it has its own way. And this is where teams like let's say TUF or maybe North Esports could benefit a lot, and the same could be said for Team I8, who are also heading towards Los Leones. No doubts whatsoever. 3x deciding to drop over at Picado. They've got a long area. In fact, even power grid, some good rotations could come in. They could get some juicy loot for themselves. But the Grounders, making their entry into the first game of the evening, and again, one of those teams that has really got me concerned about them, because the Grounders, with the way they played last season, this season hasn't been exactly the way they had planned.
Absolutely. In fact, it's been a big turmoil in terms of what and how they performed in the previous season compared to this time around, where again, I do not want to draw any straws right here because after all, this is still week 2, day number 4. I will keep high hopes till the final week itself, week number 3, day number 3. But before that, I will give them a benefit of the doubt. But yeah, overall, if you talk about the stats, things are not looking good for TG, the Grounders. At the same time, we talk about that Los Leones. We know I love to go down there, but at the same time, we once again do see North Esports, NES, going exactly towards the same spot, which has happened earlier as well. But they've never clashed. They've never ever clashed, where North Esports majority of the times would make that rotation from the south from Los Leones and move in towards Impala and make their way in towards the zone. But this time around, I8 as well as NES find themselves pretty much in the center of the zone. So a fight is inevitable between these two. But will it break out in this early few minutes of the game itself? Or is it going to take a little while? We are going to find out. But right now, talking about the teams that are nowhere close to the zone. Well, again, right off the bat, the first team to bring up is going to be Metershot, who love to be as far as they possibly can. At times, we've seen them go towards Ruins area, trailer park. This time around, they find themselves going towards the Campo Militar, all the way towards the northeastern side of the zone. As of now, they've got nothing to worry about because this is just the first 4 to 5 minutes of the game. But 4 minutes in, they need to start figuring out if they've got any vehicles around or not, because that rotation from there is going to take a long time for them to get into the zone. And once they start making that rotation, the zone would have already constricted. So it is going to be a very big rotation for them. But again, for Metershot, we know they love that sort of a late game play from their side, and it has actually worked for them as well. So nothing taken away from that sort of a play style from them. On the other front is going to be another team that is going to find themselves towards the northern side, the most northern side of the zone itself, of my apologies, the map itself. We do have Quraysh Esports sticking themselves like a sore thumb out in nowhere land. They are going to try and get that loot for themselves. And again, for now, I've got no troubles with that. But where are they planning to lead with this sort of a start to the game? Because the rotation is going to be caught out. A few teams do find themselves in the center, as we spoke about I8, NES, as well as a little bit of Magnus Esports' players who are towards the northern side of Los Leones. But apart from these 3-4 teams that find themselves in the center, all the other teams are so spread out towards the entirety of the map of Miramar that the rotations are definitely going to be caught from one team or the other, and the third parties in the next 5 to 8 minutes are going to be brought in as these teams start making those rotations. With that, TFT going to be on our screens right now, and along with that, the map going to be bringing in the storyline that I was trying to bring up that much more clearer, where in the center we do have I8 NES. Up north of Los Leones is going to be Magnus, but looking at the top north regions towards La Cabrera is TmwEsports, towards of course the northeastern side towards Campo Militar is, well, the players of Metershot, a team that walked away with 3 contenders yesterday, and towards Torayama is going to be Quraysh Esports. Now, these teams, as they make those rotations, they need to be careful because there's only that many areas and roads that are going to be leading them towards the zone. And once the zone starts constricting, it is going to get very, very difficult. But talking about all of this, I completely missed out on BABLU. They're looking very comfortable as to where they're at. The rotation from them, from the southern prison island, from Los Egos, could be absolutely pristine. But right now, it seems like a 2-man split is going to be coming in from Team BABLU for now.
No, still not concerning though, considering, you know, where they're stationed at, nobody around them, nothing really to worry about. And I really like that point, you know, they've got that southern area going for themselves. And, you know, we've been talking about it, right? We have seen that Los Leones has also been one of those areas where circle does tend to shrink at, and it gets to a very tricky point at a certain space, right? And talking about all these teams, now everyone has started congregating around those central areas. Now I8, we've got North Esports, even 3X Esports making their way all the way from Picado. But a fight might just begin maybe between Team Magnus and Freestyle. Now 2 big stalwarts inside the lobby, they're going to be locking horns against each other. I really want to see how that ends up. But even for TFT, now yesterday we did see, you know, Styler getting that beautiful clutch around and wiping out Team BABLU all by his lonesome. Those were desperate times for Team BABLU in their on his humble defense. But now, you know, this is where things get interesting. Now, you've been mentioning about how do Quraysh Esports make their entry into the circle. That's pretty late. And same goes for Metershot X Sky. I think they've been doing this from day number 1. They've been letting all these teams go in. They have been trying to stay away from those fights early on. They try to focus a lot on getting some good positioning for themselves. But I would love to see maybe that curveball going a little towards that eastern side, maybe that southeastern side, maybe go towards Puerto Paraiso, where we play around those shorelines. And that would be a different approach to Miramar, because we haven't seen that yet. We've seen those shoreline circles in the past, but I don't think, as my memory collects, in this rendition of PMPL, we've gotten to see one of those zones. So I'm kind of excited about that, as the grounders do know that Team QWERTY have no business in this game. They're not playing. So yeah, of course, why not take over such a huge city, and such an important one at that? Because heading towards San Martin, you always have that assurance of a good loot. But the way Shapatar has himself stacked up, it looks otherwise, Lakshay.
Indeed. Once again, a troublesome situation brewing for the side of the grounders, as the position that they were in was very much comfortable. But at the same time, you talk about the loot and the way that they've been able to utilize the time that they've had till now. Not so good. At the same time, Metershot, yeah, they've got themselves in the blues, and they are being brought down to their knees based on the blues itself. A very difficult position. Along with that, what is the zone up to? Fixes? What? Like, are these teams supposed to be getting into a battlefield that's going to be played out in the water, or what? Because the majority of it this time going to be favoring water, as of course Metershot, the late rotation that they tried, R3D were patiently waiting in their own spot, has been spotted out. Oh wow!
Invisible.
Destroyer getting destroyed. That was that's just the part of the game, right? That is part of the map of Miramar, most certainly.
It's all about the mysteries, right? Such a huge map. You need to find out those mysterious rocks, the invisible ones. And he decided to bump to one. So I think that's possibly what could have happened. But R3D, I mean, very good read from their side, anticipating that Metershot Sky tends to rotate a little late inside the circle, did capitalize on that. And like we've been discussing, right, this could be that southern circle that we've been talking about, Team BABLU going on directly to the very south area, because now they are sure about one thing: no one's going to come and attack from their backlines at the very least. But the way the circle will take a shift, it's going to be interesting to see if it goes towards North Esports' side, or maybe TUF, because all of these teams have a really good position to hold on to. And now Pika going after the players of TUF. Edgar barely surviving, really goes down over there. Little bit of an extension coming from his side. Maybe wanted to take control over this area, and has been sent back to the lobby.
Oh, that was not a good push coming in from TUF. But again, the zone is such that these teams are going to be forced to take on against each other. The teams that are making the rotations right now, they are going to be spotted out. And that's exactly what sadly happened right there for TUF's player, as BABLU had already made the rotation towards the southern side. And they knew that there's no flank angle they need to worry about, but only up front. And that is where they were able to capitalize against Edgar's elimination point. But as of now, of course, TUF still left with a 3-man squad. They do have a control of a compound, so nothing taken away from them just yet. And they have the opportunity to convert 3X's position against them, as they are making a lot of noise in those vehicles. They are going to get closer and closer, but along with that, a third-party approach once again from R3D as they take on TmW as M7 goes down.
Now this is getting interesting, because Big Boss, he's also been dealt with. Now R3D, we've been talking about it, right? They've been high on their confidence, as even the likes of Team Magnus getting that one finish over here. As Team Magnus, they did drop around those La Bendita areas. Now they've made their rotation towards the northeastern side of the map, and they're hungry for blood, right? The way they've been, traversing around, feels like they want to restrict R3D's entry inside the circle. But at the same time, they really need to watch out for TmW as well. Did manage to get one, but 452 Esports, the grounders rotating right in front of them. Piro needs to take him down, and fails.
Wow, what a spray, Pharaoh. Oh, that hurts. That definitely hurts. 52 Esports. What has gone wrong? What has happened right there? But
look at the shift.
Was what we saw right there at the end. And look at that shift, as so perfectly mentioned by Fixes right there. As it moves, the zone moves itself towards Puerto Paraiso, and Team Star finding themselves in the center as of now. and of course North Esports also looking comfortable. But as far as the other teams are concerned, from the western, southwestern side as well as the northeastern side, all of these teams are going to be hunkering on towards the position of Team Star. But as they do, they have to worry about their flanks, and that's exactly what we're looking at on our screens, where R3D is still not done taking on shots against Magnus.
Oh yeah, and that's a whole different fight that's going along. So many teams around that northern cluster, and it's going to be so difficult for them. But now it's such a good game for Team Star. They've been lucky as the circle has gone at their direction twice. Now this is where it comes down to, you know, convert that luck into skill and get that chicken dinner, because they're in perfect position to engage in fights. All they need to do is select and pick their fights accordingly. 3x Esports, they're also trying to traverse and make their way in from that southern belt, but Mani has managed to get the better out of Kurama, and I think we do see Mani for the first time today in the evening, because I haven't really seen this player playing. So, you know, Quraysh Esports resorting to one of their substitutes as T20 Regicide. They have decided to take over the southern side of the map as Team BABLU. Span gets the better out of 52 Esports. Firo getting taken down from the lobby. Pain has been taken off from his vehicle, but look at Tyrant. He's a little scared, he's a little worried, because now 52, or rather the players of 3x Esports decide to push at his direction, and Mary would be the one who sings that lullaby of death and sends him back to the lobby.
Oh, this is not good for 52 Esports, of course, as they thought that the southern rotation for them will work out in their favor, but sadly that's not been the case, as they themselves have been dropped down to their knees with only one player remaining, I believe, from 52 Esports. Yep, there we have it. Hassan OP, the only final player remaining, and he himself, as we look onto the top right-hand side, the minimap, clearly indicating that he is surrounded. Moving away from that fight towards another one, as we still do have all 16 teams still surviving. It seems like 3x, the fight that they took, has gone against them, as BABLU as well as the Grounders are going to be hearing those shots, and 3x now are getting hammered on upon from two individual sides, from two individual teams, as Kratos has already been eliminated from 3x, and R3D, they're still not done. They are still going to be a part of this fight as they take on those approaches from the rotating teams once again.
Oh yeah, but look at Hassan being a little ambitious over there, trying to engage in a 1v2 situation, decides eventually to back off, or maybe could just do something monstrous, right? Take over his vehicle and just, go for a spin on this beautiful ram that we have created. But Magnus Esports decided to go after Freestyle, as Wasi just trying to spray down all those bullets at his direction, as Faster coming in from the backlines. Rollin, he's been taken down. Momto gets that finish instantly secured, as Faster would instantly dive in and get that knock onto its Wasi. It is trades being held left, right and center, as Momto decides to charge in at Faster's direction. Also gets that beautiful knock, as Freestyle keep on falling down one after the other, as Magnus, even despite the fact they've taken quite some beating, they still managed to see things through, as Sad Boy from the Faulty Devils will get the better out of Thor from TUF, as fights, oh, they're just happening all over the place.
Oh, they definitely are. This is the southern side that we're looking at right now from the zone itself. The teams making a rotation from the southwestern side, as we of course do have I8 hunkering down and holding on that position. The first blood being drawn, at least for the side of I8, is going to be now, as 14 teams remain. TUF going to be in their crosshairs, as TUF have also tried to capitalize on situations for themselves, but sadly, again, the points they have been able to accumulate. Elimination points have been theirs for the taken for TUF, but the numbers for side of TUF have dwindled down, that's for sure, as they are not looking good. At the same point of time, I8 now making their presence felt with all 12 teams remaining. They find themselves at the edge of the zone with Freestyle's final players are buff, taking on shots against Magnus's Zen. Now, Faster, I believe, is going to be the final player from the side of Magnus. Yep, he's going to be the same as 1v1 situation between FS as well as Magnus, as Faster's going to be a little too fast for Zarbaf to be able to respond, as Faster with the UMP is going to be eliminating Freestyle. Thus remaining are going to be 11 teams, but again, numbers advantage favoring Team Star. I8 North Esports still part of this entire saga, but Magnus Faster, he's making a bit too much noise, and Quraysh Esports' Hasni is right there to of course greet him with his Carl spray, and there goes Magnus's dream of getting this chicken dinner.
Oh, of course. I mean, it has been taken away. But Team Magnus, I mean, we were anticipating that northern cluster, right? And they had to falter in that particular area, and could not do much. But I8, the dreams for getting this chicken is still on, already 2 finishes strong. Do have that little bit of a deep to play around with. A lot of cover. This time, I8, they've been making the right movements, but need to stick together as a whole net unit. And Quraysh, the players, there's a scouting across, scouting if that compound is up for grabs, because Metershot Sky, they also might be thinking likewise. Of course, you would want to have that little bit of a high ground advantage. As North Esports, they find themselves at the center, kind of getting around it. It's just matter of time. As Nocto, one good grenade from this lad side could end up taking down two of those players. And Regicide have a really weird shift. All those informations being imparted onto its Nocto. All he needs to do is try to lob a grenade, and if he does that, instead just goes marching in, tries to take that spray, gets the better of Zibian. Can he get the better out of TmwEsports? Swift to his gun, and no is going to be the answer, as somehow TmwEsports has responded back, even managing to save one of his teammates over here, as Baz goes after the final player of Sensei and of the Grounders, in fact, sending them back also to the lobby.
Oh, Regicide, if only they would have had that utility right there. At the same time, of course, Abbas is trying his level best to be able to capitalize on the information that he had, and in doing so, BABLU is going to be brought down to, I believe, a two-man squad. Yep, that is correct, as we do have Pan remaining right here. But again, Regicide's fight is still not yet done, as from one player to the other, as Fix is so beautifully mentioned, they are spread out so perfectly. They've got the information relayed, and now BABLU is the one that is getting hampered on upon from Regicide's one player to the other, as that perfect nade can be seen being drawn against, of course, Pan, and now Pan is going to be dropped down, and thus remaining is going to be one final player. That's going to be TmwEsports, I believe, in the backlines, and for that, I8, I believe, are going to be waiting as the zone makes another curveball shift towards the players and the compound of Team Star, with 7 teams remaining for now. What exactly is I8 going to be doing? This is going to be a late entry for them, but where exactly is the opening that's going to be available for them?
Oh, that's something that we'll have to find out eventually. Just goes directly ramming in to that compound, did some good scouting, had that little bit of a higher ground advantage, and now in real close proximities to where North Esports are. Amer, he's going to get himself back on his foot, but for now, this is where North Esports really need to understand that this is one of those games that they can really capitalize upon, get that even chicken dinner that they were looking out for. Team Star Esports looking pretty strong, pretty stable, or have all 4 of their players alive. Hasni is just being peppered down with all those bullets coming in from God Fury's side. If he had a scope over there to work around, even a 2 times, maybe a 3 times at the very best, I think Hasni could have already been a dead piece of meat.
Definitely. For Team Star, this is looking very much in control as far as the game itself is concerned and the zone itself is concerned. On the other front, for I8, now this is going to be a very important fight that they need to push through and, of course, make their presence felt and utilize it for themselves. They've only got 2 elimination points for now, but, of course, when it comes down to the position that they're in, they're jumping in from the the western side of the zone, and that for them is going to be favoring them because they're at the edge. At the same time, BABLU's final player does get eliminated, and now Team Star, they are at an advantage. They've got themselves split up. God Fury is the one who's up on top on that ridge and going to be able to spot on his opponents. At the same time, of course, his teammates are down in the compound who will be able to thrash any moment any opponent tries to push themselves against their compound. As of now, of course, I8, they seem to be in a bit of a trouble as Ghost has been spotted on. Avenger OP from North Esports is going to be utilizing that Scarrel to his advantage and tries his level best to take on those shots. Was able to damage Ghost, but to no whale, as of course he's going to be able to get that. Well, again, I shouldn't say no whale because again the vest is going to be damaged, the helmet is going to be damaged for Ghost, so the next fight for Ghost is going to be that much more difficult to convert all by those. At the same time, we can see I8's Ghost is the man from I8 who's trying to go ahead and scout out and also be the flank for the team. Should they be changing the strategy for now? Because again, the entry in the zone is what they're trying to focus towards, but it is looking tougher and tougher minute by minute for I8.
Yeah, at least for now. I mean, look at Sultana, Metershot Sky trying to push in from the backlines, but they have to get inside the circle somehow. As Avenger, just waiting behind that little cover of that window. As now things are getting really exciting, interesting. In fact, Ashad, his position could have been given away. Quraysh Esports survived with just money, and Hasni, they also have to get themselves inside the circle as Baz manages to get a knock on towards Avenger. and could be that opening that Regicide were longing for so long. And Roshan gets the better out of Ghost, but here comes the push. His position has been compromised. I8 know exactly where he is, but right now Ghost, he's been taken down. Someone needs to get that res onto him as he's getting chipped down by the players of I8. That is going to be Roshan as I8 decide to infiltrate inside the compound. They might find Amir in the process. Amir does take a massive amount of damage, and so does IQ as now he's just administering that first aid, and once he gets done with it, few more grenades are going to definitely follow as Blade lobbing that grenade into perfection. Does manage to find Amir, does finish him off as well. But I8 also need to understand that Roshan is at the top. In fact, in a little bit of an elevated situation. He needs to get spotted down, and there you go. Indeed does get, as Uzum has also managed to find a knock on his direction. As Koos, there was no chance that they could save him, so they have to let him go. But I8 are in a pristine position right now to contest for this chicken.
Absolutely are, but same can be the case for Team Star as well, because they've got all 4 players, they've got a lot of utility, and they are patiently waiting. At the same point of time, the conversion is what any team is waiting for against Team Star. Now again, for Team Star, if we look at the way they've got themselves spread out, it is going to be a very difficult conversion for them, because if at all one of their players gets spotted and goes down, there is no way that a revival can be pushed from the side of Team Star. But it seems like Team Star is not interested in that, because Miracle is going to be able to push against that opening from Uzum as I8's Uzum does go down. But of course, the revival is going to be there. Hopefully, it will be there. As of now on our screen, of course, Team Star taking multiple fights. From the other side, it's going to be Usma from Team Star with the UMP in his hand, going to be pushing on to the advantageous position that he had as he was able to bring down Metershot's one player. And now Ash bringing in that Molotov. Sadly, it's just a little too late, mate, because he's going to be in front of you. He's going to be on top of you, and just easily, just like that, Uzma with only 3 bullets left in his UMP is going to be able to eliminate Metershot right there.
Now shows how deadly this weapon can be in those closer ranges, right?
Yes.
Knew exactly what he wanted, and it's so difficult when you're just pushing alone, right? And that is the kind of confidence that is oozing out of Team Star. And this time they're making sure they want to settle at nothing other than a chicken dinner over here, as IQ is taking some damage and pretty much will patch himself up in no time. But this circle shift also favoring the lads of IQ. Maybe Lakshay, you're just a few finishes away from getting your prediction correct. I8 could have this in the bag, as Regicide and TmwEsports might fight it out against each other just on the very edges, as Amani gets the better out of Sultana, trying to restrict their entry inside the circle, but he himself has to make it 30 meters inside the zone without any vehicle. So hence the smoky trail has been built up, and that is where they're going to be, you know, traveling their way in. But this is where I really felt that Uzum should have just peeked out and lobbed a few more grenades, because had he done that, could have gotten some decent amount of damage being dealt out to the players of Team Star, as Sultana and Miracle both will have themselves up to good HP. As now it all comes down to who the circle favors next. I8 in one of the best spots right now, played out of his cover, but still has a little bit of a ridge to play around, as Quraysh Esports, they yet to make it inside the zone.
They have still about 20 meters to cover for Quraysh, of course. At the same time, for I8, I don't think they know where Quraysh Esports were, and therefore they're being a little too quiet. And now that perfect approach that you were talking about has been pushed on from Blade, of course, as we do have TmwEsports as well as Quraysh getting eliminated. 3 teams do remain. I8 with a 3-man army. Team Star have already lost one of their players, but Miracle, of course, is going to be rescued from Sultana. But this is the opening that Fixes was mentioning for I8 to once again be able to capitalize. They've been able to hunker down this position and take down the players of Team Star. But in all, Fixes, as you were mentioning about that prediction, I am worried about R3G. Throughout the entirety of the fight, throughout the entirety of the battleground fight, they have been bringing third-party approaches again and again. And that is something that, of course, I8's IQ big level play is ready for exactly that flank from the side of R3G. But at the same time, will this numbers advantage take on the perfect story for Team Star, or could it be I8's journey in the making for this chicken dinner?
I mean, the way the circle has been formed, I think it's sort of in the no man's land. Team I8, well, they've got one of their players, but this is going to be a really crucial one. Oh, Ashad just barely surviving though with a sliver of HP. Yes, this is the opening that Baz needed for his team, as one of those players of Team Star has been taken down. This is the perfect time if they want to go in for a push, as Usama, he's trying to get to his comrade and get that revive back up and running, as Miracle and Sultana, they would be the ones trying to provide cover fire. A perfect opportunity for IA to really try and go in and get the job done. But Regicide, it's really impossible for them to make it safely into the covers of the circle, because the way they've built up the smoke path, the moment they decide to step out, this is where Uzum, he's gonna strike, and there you go, Ashad getting taken down, but Uzum getting a little too greedy over there as he gets picked off by Sultana. And now Blade somehow needs to hold the fort, because Team Star, they're going in with the push. They know that this could be their game, and now IQ, he's gonna get that revive and also make sure that I8 get the chicken, as Blade, he's being pushed upon, and it is gonna be Miracle at his direction. Is his position compromised? That's the big question, as Sultana deciding to push in. Blade has been spotted out, and there you go, the push does come in. Miracles, however, gets that beautiful knock secured, as Star, they're on a whole different run altogether. Uzum has been brought back to life, but I8 do have a fight amongst them, and they have a fight on their hands. But now IQ and Uzum making sure they have that crossfire angle, but Sultana comes from the backlines as Star somehow take that beautiful chicken dinner to their name with a lot of number of finishes and elimination, 9 to their name, and on the overall rankings they climb to the 9th spot. And this is so perfect for these lads. Got a chicken dinner yesterday, got a chicken dinner today, and they are not looking behind.
They definitely are not. I mean, this, we have to admit, the way Team Star were brought down again and again, the 4-man advantage was just taken down so many times, but they did not deter. They tried, and every single time were able to get that revival on their teammate. All 4 players stood together and tall, thus capitalized on every single fight that was forced upon them. In all, of course, a very good conversion for Team Star, but at the same point of time, I have to be blunt about it, they had the zone, they had the compound.
Yeah, and I think
they took the prediction away from me.
Oh yeah, that's what hurting you.
That's what I'm salty about.
I mean,
not that they got the chicken dinner.
I mean, the cookie crumbled the moment Uzum, after taking Ashad, kind of overstepped a little bit, because other than that, had he been alive, I mean, I8 could have still been in really good contention, because the moment he got knocked out, it was all Blaze holding on to the fort, right? IQ had to go to the revives, and that is where Star knew. One of their players is already dead, and you could have, just go in for the push. They can do nothing about it, and that's what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're going to be taking a short little break. We'll be right back with the post-game analysis. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the short little break. And what an amazing game it was indeed. And joining along with me this time, it's going to be Shadow. But before we get into the nuances, a huge shout out to our sponsors, Oppo F21 Pro, to make this event possible. Of course, the sponsors of the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan region, as well as of this tournament, of course. But now let's take a look at the MVP and find for ourselves who was the one who was shining bright. And it had to be Usama. The way, the kind of grit and determination this lad showed, and deserves the MVP. 100% Shadow. Look at the healing down.
Well, definitely, Osama is definitely one of the guy from the team of Star that has been delivering a very good performance from the very first day. Yesterday also we witnessed some of the very good performances from the side of Osama, but along with him are going to be faster in the top 5 players was from the side of Reggie Syed, Miracle from the team Star, and IQ from team I8.
Yeah, I mean, was quite an eventful game though. I mean, the way Circle shifted towards that southeastern side, and I mean, it got really messy towards that very end. But I really liked some teams, and especially I loved how Regicide played this one out, right? having a beautiful split. But as we take a look at the match rankings, Team Star taking over that Puerto Paraiso region very early and very quickly, and the circle shifting right at their foot really helped them out. But I8 getting that second position will somehow instill a little bit of a confidence that was missing. Could have been their chicken dinner, 100%, no caps at that. You know, Goose getting picked off early on, and then Uzem a little overambitious and getting picked down out there. So those were the few things that really concerned me. But Team BABLU getting that fourth position also. And as we take a look at the Oppo moments, right, it got really bloody right from the very start, right? Magnus going after freestyle, and somehow they still managed to come out through.
Certainly, Magnus, they had a very good outing in the match number 1 as well. Regicide is one of the team that is picking up fights, in fact good fights I'll say. Every time in the circle they are in a position, advantageous position against so many teams, but the team that stole all the glory was the players of Team Star. But I8 have to agree, they had the circle's advantage. This was a southern circle and I8 likes dropping in Los Leones, so this could be the reason they were having a good performance, because yesterday I8 was completely missing.
I mean, of course, I8 was certainly missing out on a lot of things. Even the way they started off today, I also expected bigger things, and today's start was not really eventful. But I think a #2 position is nothing to scoff about, right? And they have been one of those teams, and they've performed pretty well. And I really, hope that they end up having some good amount of points by the end of the evening. And it's just a start. Like they still do have 2 more games remaining, one Erangel, one more I guess in Erangel, because we do have 3 Erangels tonight. But taking a look at the damage craft, it was all about Star, I8, Regicide, even the likes of BABLU, who had taken control of the southern belt and did manage to dish out a lot of damage to their opponents.
Well, Team BABLU, they have started performing in the map of Miramar. Erangel also in day number 2, I think they were having a very good outing when they placed at the second position twice this time. Again, having a good outing in Miramar. That is something we expect or anticipate when it comes to Team BABLU. Well, in the overall ranking, it's still Magnus Esports who's in the top with 201 points, and followed by Metershot Sky, courtesy to the 3 winner chicken dinners they had yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how, these teams have been playing around, right? Meteorshot Sky still did have a decent game. I mean, not the worst, because early on they had to take some damage coming in from the players of R3D. And now Team BABLU, they have taken a climb. Quraysh Esports have jumped up to the 4th spot, and especially the kind of a start they had been a little bit of a fall. But for the other teams inside this particular lobby, as you can see, now I8 and Regicide have managed to jump 2 positions each, and the ground is H2E, of course, were not a part of this game, but even for the likes of the other teams, we expected bigger plays, maybe of coming in from North Esports also, but that did not happen. 3X Esports got themselves into battle pretty early on, and that is where things did not work out for them, especially when they decided to go towards that southern belt, and Team BABLU was in waiting for them, and multiple fights. It was too much of a hassle to pick up at the same time. So as a result of which, they also faltered. But what a game for Team Star, right? We love these circles, especially when we were sort of anticipating the zone to be somewhere around Los Leones, maybe north, south, east, west, but directly goes into Puerto Paraiso. So that's the kind of a curveball it hit, and Team Star being the ones well prepared. But towards the end, we saw I8 having a good advantage, but they could not really capitalize, as a result of which they lost out on that. As ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at the schedule over here. It is going to be the game of Erangel that we did talk about, and teams from Group C, they're going to be sitting this one out, right? TUF, 3X Esports, North Esports, and TmwEsports will be the ones not partaking in this one. But Group D, they're going to be back. Quantum Rage, QWERTY, H2E, Triple Esports, they'll be playing yet another game, and they'll be playing all the games remaining in this evening as well, which brings us to the most exciting part of this segment. Your predictions, Shadow.
Definitely not interesting for me, but yeah, I want to go for I8, but at the same time I want to go for Quantum Rage as well, because yesterday in match number 3 they just missed it. So it's Erangel. I8 should be okay. Quantum Rage.
Quantum Rage. Quantum Rage is what Shadow is deciding to choose. And for me, I mean, with the way these games have been going along, I think I'm feeling a little I8 in me. A little I8 because I8 this time they realize, okay, finally, yes, one good game. That's all we need. And I hope they get a chicken dinner in this one. They have to stop making those mistakes. Ghost needs to be alive because he's one of those players that has got immense potential provided he puts in the right efforts, and once he does that, I think he's going to look nigh unstoppable. So I8 for me, Quantum Rage for Shadow. You guys can let us know who do you think is going to come out swinging in this game of Erangel, because this time the previous game of Erangel we did witness that little bit of a farm circle, right? We want to see something different. By different, how different do you want things to be, at least pertaining to the zone?
I want quarry circle. I have been asking for a quarry circle from such a long time because the terrains in that area are so difficult to play around with. So I want a quarry circle. What about you?
100%. You know, it's been a long wait. We need that quarry circle, and you know, I did have a chicken in the morning. I'm gonna make my prayers, and if it works out, we're both gonna get a quarry circle. And to the gods, a little bit of an offering from our side, maybe take it and give us what we want. It's been a long wait, but yeah, I think you know, with the way things have been going, even Reggie's side, I really like this kind of a play. Team BABLU, I really thought that they got what it took in that previous game, but they kind of messed it apart in the sense saying that, you know, they could not get inside the circle. That's just it, right? They were just unlucky because they had that higher ground. The only problem was the lower ground was occupied with so many of these other teams, and it was sort of disturbing for them. So as a result of which, maybe this game could change a few things, because they still have, you know, 3 more games to play throughout the entire evening, so could also be a good outing for these lads. But for now, I mean, we're just waiting for the game to begin, and it's going to be an exciting one at that, because honestly, the way things are going on, I think I'm gonna love every bit of it, because we are at a junction where, you know, the fight for top 12 is kind of boiling up now. Every team around those 14, those 15 positions, they're getting those chickens. They are climbing up the ladders. Even IA, despite getting that second position, did not get a huge boost, not a huge leap. So shows the competition is definitely getting fierce, intense. They managed to make it into the top 12, but that is not where you would ideally want them to see or want them to be at. And the same can be said for Regicide, but even the likes of EX, you know, the ones that they're not playing in this game, but they also need to wake up to the senses. They need to realize that they will have to pick some points. Otherwise, next week, maybe we're gonna have to, you know, not the next week, in fact, the next day, the bonus match, maybe they're gonna miss out on that.
Talking about 3x Esports, they tend to step up on the very last day, because last week also in week number 1, day number 5 was the day when they got the highest points and that had the best outing. This time also they are slowly stepping up. Day number 2 was not at all their day because they got the least points there, and yet week number 1 was also the same kind of a performance, not stepping up in the middle of the day, performing on one day and then suddenly jumping and trying at least try to take a jump on very last day. So these kind of things tend to not work in your favor every single time. So 3x need to be consistent.
3x certainly have to be consistent, and it's going to be interesting to see how they, you know, make that happen. How do they make that possible? But yeah, that's going to happen in the next 2 games. So we also do have a Sanhok at the very end, and we are already just accelerated for that game to begin, because I really want to see if we are getting a quarry circle. And so will Shadow. I mean, she's gone for Quantum Rage. Quantum Rage again, one of those teams that has been really consistent, the way they have been performing, the way they've been playing, but haven't seen them getting those chickens quite often. So this could be a mark and opening for them. But for now, the flight path trajectory heading all the way from Novoripnoi towards hospital. Teams are going a little bit towards the north. They will have to get those vehicles for themselves.
Speaking of Quantum Rage not getting a win, they were it was 3 times when they were close to it. 3 times they were close to the winner chicken dinner, and they placed at the second position. But let's see if things can turn around this time. But talking about the flight But this time we are heading from Nova Ripnoy towards the southern side of hospital. That means I8 Esports, Metershot Sky are not going to have any trouble dropping in their favorite drop location. But what about the teams that likes to going towards the side of Kameshki and Siverni? Are we going to see any kind of a drop location change, or are they going for a very long rotation?
Oh, that's going to be interesting if they're going for a long rotation. I'm pretty sure these players are well versed with the terrain, with where the vehicles do spawn. So not going to have a lot of trouble. Though I8, MS Sky, both dropping off towards those Novo and Sosnovka respectively. Team BABLU with a little bit of a change, because we've seen them in the past, you know, they head on towards those northwestern Georgopol areas. And for now, you know, freestyle around Katka. So it's pretty interesting to see, you know, how these teams have dropped off. The grounders, I think, they're kind of heading off towards Primorsk. Team Star again dropping off at the farm split, and this time a little bit of a northernish circle, or rather hybrid one at that. And this is where I think Team BABLU must be kicking themselves in the foot, or maybe would want to make that early rotation, because H2E already Shadow is going to have such a good take and good control over the entire northwestern Georgopol buildings, where Team BABLU usually tends to go along.
Well, definitely agreed, because Team BABLU had they dropped in their favorite drop location, not favorite, usual drop location of Georgopol, northern Georgopol, they would have been rewarded by the circle. But this time they have to go for a very early rotation if they are looking for a residency on the northern compound. But right now R3D Esports and Quantum Rage, my pick, are locking horns with each other, as Walker is still having eyes onto the players of Quantum Rage, and looks like Walker is all by himself.
Yeah, Walker definitely is, and this is a concerning matter. Serious, he's taken some serious amount of damage, still alive. Quantum Rage, however, have decided not to press on the players of R3D. In fact, Walker just the lonesome one. Serious does not have any first aids to work with, and as a result has really not made that push. But Walker just waiting with bated breath for maybe the players of Team Quantum Rage to make a small mistake. If Goku somehow managed to get a grenade, maybe could have gotten the better out of him. But Sirius instantly just parkours his way out of it, you know, jumping from the window over the fence, and in the blink of an eye, he's out of here.
And Goku, look at the reason the players of Quantum Rage are not rushing towards the side of Walker was they don't have the weapon. They just have the crossbow and the shotguns, and they don't know which weapon Walker is having. That could be the reason, but let's see. Walker, well, whatever the reason was, Walker is a happy man as he's walking out of this fight alive, and he can regroup with his teammates. But talking about the other teams that are heading for a very early rotation are the players of Team BABLU. Well, a good decision, but the split they are having, they need to be a bit careful. But on the other side, the eastern side is where my concerns are, where majority of the teams are present, and Team TmwEsports are on the periphery. They can gatekeep all these teams.
Oh, they certainly can. And right now, well, Ahmed with the Fall Devils, they're kind of making their way inside the circle, and they've got to deal with the likes of T20 QWERTY, right? And it's interesting because QWERTY, I'm kind of wondering if they've also made a change in where they drop, or are they going towards Lipovka Mansion, because it's pretty late for that. R3D, they have managed to make it towards Rozhok. Quraysh Esports holding on to that school apartment area. So considering the fact that North Esports aren't there in this lobby, it's not going to be a pressing concern. But Team BABLU have decided to make it to the northwestern Jaipal buildings. They have this, unsaid thing with H2E where we haven't really seen these two teams battle it out against each other at the very start of the game. Team Freestyle, however, just looting around quarry area. The ground is yet to make a move. But we do see that rotation coming in from the players of Team Star as kind of moving in from that eastern side, maybe around the Volcano region, or going towards Yasnaya, or maybe towards the northern side completely. But it's going to be really tricky to see where the circle really forms. But for Team BABLU, it's going to be a whole lot easier, considering the fact that if you take a look at where they're positioned right now, on the eastern side, there's that one compound around those four compounds around that junction, around that little bridge, small bridge that we have. So always having that contingency to themselves, that insurance policy, that even if the circle takes that northern shift, you still will be in a good position to make those rotations. So BABLU, I really wanted to see how much of a loot do they have on themselves at this given moment, as the players of Quraysh felt right beside R3D, and we could see a fight in the making.
I don't think Team BABLU is having too many resources in their hands, because the minute the circle formed, they went for the rotation on the northern side. So they need the loot. They need the secondary loot on those compounds of northern Georgopur, which they can find easily. So I'm not worried about the resources of Team BABLU as much for now. But talking about the other team that is also heading for a very early rotation are going to be players of Team Star going for Siverny. Well, that's a good decision and a wise decision coming from the side of Star, because in these kind of circles, Team Star usually tend to perform really good.
Yeah, I mean, Siverny always being their home city, right? They know the nooks and crannies of that region, and they know if the circle takes that northern shift, then it could also be their back-to-back chicken dinner game. So Team Star, they've been on a whole different level right now with the way they've been forming, the confidence they're exuding. And for now, I mean, it's been a rather slow affair. Haven't seen a lot of things happening inside this lobby. But one thing for sure, rather I'm surprised, Team Star, they got so excited after winning that chicken dinner that their fourth player could not even make it inside the lobby. What on earth is happening?
Ouch. That's not something we anticipated, because when you get a win, you tend to grab too many wins to keep up the momentum and have a very good lead in the overall ranking. But yeah, Team Star, well, we don't know. There could be a possible valid reason for the fourth player not joining the lobby. But let's see, with 3-man army, Team Star, what they're going to do. But Team Magnus, they were in the Pochinki area right now. They're going for an early rotation, and Rozak is the area that is going to be full of bloodbath, because so many teams are trying to hold on to the vicinity of Rozak.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, Rozak is definitely going to be one of those crucial areas to hold on to, and also could possibly, you know, be one of those areas where you know, the circle also could pan down to. As Team Magnus, they are making their way inside the zone as Money, alright, goes after Knock Knock, the Regicide. They're trying to rotate around, and they are gonna escape unscathed. No serious amount of damage being dished out from their side, as a Shad also not getting botched even a little bit. So Regicide, they have successfully carried on with the rotation, but it's going to be interesting to see where the circle shifts next. H2E, they're already banking upon the fact that the circle might be moving a little bit towards that northern side. And hence, so many of those teams, including 52 Esports, they've all decided to play for the center of the circle. T20 QWERTY are yet to make a move from Lipovka. Triple Esports have already made the move right over Yasnaya. But Quraysh Esports, now, they might have a fight in their hands, as Quraysh. In fact, the players of the Faulty Devils are at the volcano spot, and there you come. He goes out for scouting out, steps out of his vehicles, and Sad Boy gets picked off by Money, as now the entire cavalry decides to strike, and he needs to take one of these more fights, waiting for that perfect time for his teammate to come out, but does not really wait for that, as Ahmed gets the better out of Money, and Quraysh find themselves in a little bit of a trouble.
Well, mid-rotation fights are something no team wants to have, and TFD Faulty Devils were forced to have this fight, and right now one of the player is still bleeding out. So let's see if they can revive. The revival is possible in this kind of a situation. I think it's possible, because Quraysh Esports are in the adjacent compound, and they're in no mood to rush towards the players of TFD, at least for now, but they have their vehicles ready, so there is a possibility of Quraysh Esports showing on their doorstep. But 1 defeat points already in the favor of Faulty Devils. Quraysh outnumbered in this fight, so I don't think they are picking up this fight. They have already made an escape, but they can cross paths with the players of Team I at Esports, because they are all in the close proximity.
Let's see what's gonna happen, as the Faulty Devils, they've made a really good move, you know, really scouting out, realizing that Quraysh, they had just one player over there. Instantly go in, get the knock, get finished. Did have Sad Boy knocked out, but wasn't really a pressing concern, because of course they managed to get that revive. As Quraysh Esports have no funny business, because they're now around those cool areas, and this is where I'm starting to wonder if they really made the right choices over here. because they're completely rooting on the fact, again, the circle to be making a curveball towards that southern side. I8 also deciding to cross over the bridge, and if they do that right now, they are gonna land themselves in a whole world of trouble, as Hunter has taken some decent amount of damage at 52 Esports, courtesy to that central style of play. Now they're in a good position to dish out some generous amount of damage to the players of Triple Esports.
Triple Esports week 1, day number 1 was definitely in their favor when they got the maximum points. But after that, they started facing a downfall and they have not been able to recover. Day number 3 of week 2, they showed some signs where they can show a good performance and can step up in the overall ranking. But otherwise, this team has always been dishing out a lot of damage and picking up the bad fights. So let's see if this time they have worked on their mistakes, because right now 52 Esports, another team that is not having a very good outing throughout the day number 3 was in their favor. So let's see these two teams who are right now on the bottom of overall ranking, how they're going to perform, as 50 having a good control of the compound. They have a hard compound for themselves, but Triple Esports, can't they say the same thing? Oh, they still have a good compound, but Regicide is in the vicinity.
Oh. Knock knock. I don't know if Rex knows exactly where the shots are coming from. If you could see through the foliage of the trees, as Rex could get shot. And the AWM haven't really seen the big green cannon at all in action throughout the entire course of this tournament. And suddenly, I mean, maybe we might have a point where it could just vanish. Could just get taken down, and whoa, again. You know, the circle. So tricky. I8 in a good position, but now so many of these teams have taken that northern area that now they have to reconsider the strategies, and this is a perfect time for Freestyle to really make their way inside the zone. And if they take control over those ruins church areas, I think they could be in a really good contention to win this game.
Certainly, they had a control of the Everest out there, so that means they have information and intel onto the other teams that are rotating from the close proximity. So they can, I think they are also in the mind of holding the ruins in the church area, but I8 could be the team that could contest that position, the spot inside the circle. But on the southern side, the players of Metershot Sky and Quraysh Esports, who are outnumbered and in split situations. So Quraysh Esports, I think, is not looking so good right now.
Indeed, it isn't. At least for now. Like you said, Quraysh Esports, well, they've managed to get the better out of Meteorshot Sky. Zibyan, however, falling prey to JD from H2E. So fights are beginning to start, and it is gonna be a bloodbath on that western areas, because the grounders are also closing in. Triple Esports are also in the mix. But now Quraysh Esports are deciding to make their way to the water city, maybe. As we get a little bit more clarity. Zibyan also falling down. H2E does have really good control over this place, as now Kian has been knocked out as well. Triple Esports might chime into this fight any given moment, but Team BABLU, they've got to make a run for their lives.
Well, they have to, because H2E is picking up fight with them, and Team BABLU have already lost 2 of the players. That means Pika and Team Wolf are the only lone survivor, only 2 players surviving from the side of Team BABLU, and they need those points. Although they are in a good spot in the overall ranking, but they don't have that amount of lead in the point that they can afford to have many bad games. But right now, Quraysh Esports, they have those little bit of the ridges to work around with, but Team Star is the one that is picking fight with Quantum Rage as Goku hits the ground.
Oh yeah, he indeed does. And now Meteorshot Sky, well, very scattered from each other. I really need to process what's going on in their minds. Khatir does come to his aid of his fallen teammate, but Ash will get finished off before that. Hasni gets that finish point secured, as now that northern side, you know, so many teams migrating, and T20 QWERTY taking that northern route. I do not know if that's the right decision to make at this point. So many of these teams waiting for them, as heading towards BABLU's direction. And I don't know if it's going to work out well and fine. But for now, we do have Triple Esports deciding to take a fight against the lad from H2E. And Assad gets a beautiful knock on towards Rex. Needs to patch himself up, as JD needs to get that nade connected. But from backlines, it's going to be the players of Team Magnus who are trying to poke them, And as you can see, the circle shifting and favoring the lads of the grounders. Even as a matter of fact, Team Magnus also having a really good position. But now this is where TmwEsports Esports decide to push in at H2E's direction, where Kian is trying to go in for a retreat. Can he make it into covers at the right nick of time? Yes, indeed he does. But H2E need to get themselves out of this situation, because the compound they're holding right now is outside the zone.
But it's certainly outside the zone, and TmwEsports Esports Hug is waiting for the players to come out in the open and punish them. He was in the mood of dropping Molotov, but he's just going to wait for the players to come out, and that is when he and his teammates are going to strike. But they also need to move inside the circle. So this is a moment when they can prioritize the circle instead of prioritizing the fight. But right now they are showing on the doorstep of Team H2E, and let's see what's gonna happen as this fight is breaking outside the safe zone. As the circle is gonna close in, but Rex finds a knock onto Kian, and he himself gets traded off by JB.
Oh yeah, it was a good executed fight from TmwEsports Esports. Well thought. Target does have that high ground advantage. Psycho just goes ramming, pushing in, hammering every single soul down from H2E. As TmwEsports Esports, a very confident push coming from their side, and now they're in such good contention to enter inside the circle, at least safe and sound. But now we've got to see, where does the circle shift next? Pika has been dealt with by the boys from T20 QWERTY, 420 boy, managing to get that knock as JD resorts to take a dip inside the waters. Quraysh Esports at this point, as we can see, are in a decent spot in that little island in between Rozok and that northern island. Small little place. Freestyle still have control over those ruins area. Quantum Rage, the team that you went for, Shadow, again in shambles, reduced to a two-man squad. But now it's gonna get even more tougher, because Regicide, they're right on their tails.
Certainly, Regicide are on tails, and on the northern side, 52 Esports is also there. But Regicide, their attention is towards the players of Team 40 Devils, who are on the little low ground, and Nocto was trying to lob few grenades, but he doesn't know exactly what the players of Faulty Devils are, so he's just wasting away his own resources. But Daku is going to retaliate with a follow-up grenade. Can he find a knock, because Hunter is on a very low HP, and Daku is going to miss that. But Pharaoh, with that buggy, being the brave guy, is going to close the distance between the players of TmwEsports Esports.
Yeah, and Baz, has spotted out Emmett in the process. But for now, let's see. Metershot X Sky getting the better out of the players of R3D, as Ahmed just surviving, but no, not enough. Baz eventually connects that last final bullet, and TFT, they're under the bridge of death. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. What do they do now, Shadow?
They better survive, because Quraysh Esports is also in the close proximity, and they can do a third party. But right now, Ashad is focusing his attention towards Quraysh Esports, who are in a split situation. So even Quraysh is not looking so good, and the circle also takes a western shift right in the hands of the players of Grounders and QWERTY. They have the height numbers advantage, but let's see which team is going to get it. On the northern side, we have the players of Magnus as well.
Oh, we certainly do. Look at Pain. Does have that little vehicle to provide him that cover, at least for now. As Baz, he just wants to keep on pressing. He knows, they are fish in a barrel, and good. Those shots connected, but Psycho, just when he thought he had that knock past him from nowhere, decides to take him down. And for Magnus, it's not going to be a point where they decide to push against the zone, as Blade gets picked off. Has his vehicle exploded, as Team I8 kind of being caught in the mix between R3D and Freestyle. It's going to be a difficult time for them to kind of make it inside the zone, fighting it out against the two. But finally, we do see the circle taking that southern shift, and this is where Freestyle can make some early movements inside the circle. But no, it's not going to be possible, because I8, they are in mood to pick up a fight.
They have to pick this fight, and IQ with the grenade finds a knock onto Malik over there. That could be the opening that I8 was looking for, but they also need to be careful of the teams that are rotating from the close proximity. But somewhere else, the fight between Quraysh and Faulty Devils are still happening, and Faulty Devils is the one that is losing out on the plus, and other beautiful grenade comes from the side of IQ, takes Wati also down, and Team Freestyle, who was looking very strong and good up until now, are crumbling down one after other as Zarbaf also hits the ground due to a vehicle explosion.
Oh, indeed he does. Now for this particular moment, got to see if IQ can connect all these grenades. Oh, beautifully well executed by this lad, wiping the floor. Freestyle meeting their makers as I beautifully managed to make their way, carve their way inside the circle as Quantum, or rather Quraysh Esports over here. Well, let's see. Asni. Oh, inside the waters. But got picked off as Spain. He needs to get some healing done. Does have nothing left really on him. As Clown stepping out of cover will get the better out of Pain. Would want to secure that knock instantly as Quraysh. 7 finishes strong already, but that's all that he could get as he gets knocked out, picked off. As Sardarji needs to come to his rescue, to his aid. But look at this. The river almost turning red with blood. So many bodies just getting buried as I8. They've taken good control over this circle and seems like this could be their game to lose, Shadow. But no, Drolin spots out Uzum, and this is the perfect time for Team Magnus to really resort to a push. But it's going to be a little tricky affair with so many of these teams inside the water. It's getting so much more exciting now.
Certainly is, because I8 they have been looking very good up until now, but right now, like you mentioned, one of the players has already been taken out and is bleeding out. Looks like there is no chance of a revival. No, there is a chance of revival, and he's again back on his page. 52 Esports, Quraysh Esports are the teams who are the fishes in the water, and along with them are the players of Team R3D as well, Triple Esports, so many teams. This could be the game of grounders as well, as long as they are able to isolate the fights and pick the few players. But Thug is a guy who's picking players right now. Triple Esports, let's see how they are going to move inside the circle, because this time if they're giving away the position, they're also ruining their chance of moving inside the circle.
Oh, look at this. Destroyer finally brought down, sent back to the lobby, but Thug, his position has been given away. Let's see what really happens. Voltrucks at a sliver of HP needs to deny the entry of all these other teams, making their way inside the circle. I8 again very well split apart from each other as Daku decides to push in on the players of Quraysh Esports. Clown on really low HP but gets traded off by Sardarji. This is where Joker needs to come to his rescue for his teammate, but that's not gonna happen as Quraysh still somehow successfully managed to get the better out of them. But just when they were trying to get in those revives, I8 come in from nowhere, get that finish secured. But now the biggest hurdle for Team I8 is going to be in the forms of Team the Grounders, a team that has not been at the best of their form lately. But this could all change with them getting this chicken dinner. Still have all 4 of their players alive. Goose somehow needs to hold on to the fort, needs to make sure that he defends off this attack all by his lonesome, realizing that this could get really messy. Gives up on that little higher ground. It was an important spot for I8, and this is slipping away from their hands.
Well, looks like it is slipping away, but let's see. They have the confidence, they have the firepower. Being outnumbered, the thing could turn in their favor if Team Grounders and Magnus Esports decide to pick fight with each other. But no, it's I8 who is grabbing all the attention as Drolin is cooking up another grenade and is bleeding out. That means IQ, he's a lot on his plate. He has to survive Magnus, he has to give revive to his teammate, and the smoke is not helping him out at all, because that smoke is giving away his position to the players of Grounders as well. And I8, well, looks like things are not working for them, but things are definitely working for the players of Magnus Esports, who managed to take the control of the circle from the hands of I8.
Nasty again. Some bad decision making coming in from IQ, splitting their players, taking the brunt. Now it all comes down to Ghost, but Magnus, they're in such good control over this entire game. Ghost on really low HP, as now he's just been caught in the crossfire between Magnus and the Grounders, right at the very center. What does he do? Has nowhere to run and hide, just has to wait to meet his makers, has to stay in hiding, trying to play for position point. But finally Ghost gets picked off, and the Grounders did manage to get that first finish finally 25 minutes inside the game. But Magnus, this is a team that comes with driving momentum right now as Mr. Black gets finished off. It is going to be a 3v4 situation, and Sensi, he's got to push in from that blue out there, taking some massive amount of damage as Finisher gets that knock again. Siu also getting picked off almost as Sad Boy, there you go, gets taken down. Siu also falls, and there you have it. There you have it, Team Magnus get another chicken dinner. Wow, this team, they do not seem to stop at anything at all. 12 eliminations is what they have secured, and they have done it in style. Again, Team I8 had the possibilities of getting that chicken, and all they had to do was stay together and not understanding that fact, rather than deciding to go for splits even when there are 3-man squad. And that really backfired, and Magnus sticking to each other, helping each other out. They did not have the zone. They made their way into it, carved their way into it, took those fights. Uzum again being out of his position, and that is where, and that is how he got picked off, and hence that beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner.
Well, certainly they fought with tooth and nail, and they were rewarded with 15 points and good defeat points as well. But Grounders also have to say, yes, they are not able to get the elimination points, defeat points for themselves, but the way they are performing in this week, they are getting good placement points so many times. That is helping their case in the overall ranking.
Yeah, that was amazing from there. So at least progress made in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, that was all about game number 3. We're going to push for a short little break. We're going to be back with the post-game analysis. This one.
Hello, and of course, welcome to PMPL right here for the Pakistan region, where we indeed continue on with this week 2, day number 4. We've got one more day before we jump into the final, of course, final day of week 2. But before we talk about that right now, Shadow, this was an incredible game, but again, just a little too short for your prediction to come true. You had I8 picked up, but they were there, the zone was theirs. But again, from nowhere came in Magnus, swooping it away. Let's also, of course, along with that, talk about the MVP right now in favor, of course, Magnus from Dolan.
Ronan is also one of the guys from the side of Magnus who has been having remarkable performance so many times, but it was Faster who was all over the place in terms of elimination points. But look at the damage. This
exactly.
Only 2 elimination to his name, but more than 1,000 damage. This could be the reason that he's not in the players to watch out are the top players, because all he's doing is dishing out the damage, helping his teammates, and the teammate comes in, puts a final bullet, and gets a defeat point.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that I spoke about in week 1 itself for the side of Magnus in their favor. Jolin and Faster, or Jolin and are these two players who got such a perfect synergy as they try and push into fights. They always are able to convert that into just perfect elimination points for themselves. And with that, of course, as we talk about the players to focus, we do, of course, have Jolin, Faster, as well as Finisher, the 3 players that I spoke right there on the top list itself. Now, this is very important and critical for the side of Magnus's play, because Magnus is one of those teams that in week 2 are leading the chart. I8 was the same one in week 1 who were leading the chart with a lot many more points, but they've been caught on upon, and it is Magnus doing the deed for I8. This time around, I8 had a miraculous turn of events for themselves as they were able to get that second position in the game, as well as, of course, walking away with 18 points in total. 8 elimination points is what I8 were able to accumulate. So a decent conversion for them, definitely nothing taken away from their side. At the same time, in fact, Quraysh Esports, Triple Esports, now these are teams that are definitely a big kudos to them as well as the grounders as well, because of the way they were able to finish this game with, of course, you talk about Quraysh Esports and Triple Esports sitting on the third and fourth respectively with 16 and 14 positions, looking good. But then you move on to the grounders, one elimination, 12 placement points. Now they are showcasing exactly what the teams that need to understand, that are below the top 12 position. It does not matter if you get in good points based on just the elimination points. If you've got a decent game based on how you've been able to get those placement points, it's absolutely fine, because in the end, it is the points that, of course, are going to be looked at no matter how you got them.
Well, certainly, you have to get the point. If you see a knockdown player, you have to shoot and get that one defeat point in your favor. It doesn't matter which team has knocked him down. You have to get the point, because that points are going to help you. And the points which one team is not able to grab in terms of defeat, I keep saying it like because each one, they were dishing out so much damage, but they were not able to get any defeat point in their favor. This time, Esports did have a good fight, did manage to get good defeat points, so they are working in the right direction. But talking about my pick, that is going to be just on the bottom.
Again, I mean, when we talk about how the picks are to, keep that up, because that's all just prediction. That is not what the case should be drawn on upon. But talking about the way the teams themselves, Shadow, have changed their strategies. You talk about week 1, we had certain few teams to always name. This time around in week 2, there are so many individual players and teams that are bringing in some miraculous plays that were unexpected of and unheard of, that have been showcasing themselves in week 2, of course. So yeah, it is tough luck in terms of that prediction list that you're talking about, but definitely at the same time for the Pakistan region, it is a boon as to how quickly the teams from Pakistan region are able to overcome their mistakes within a week and then rectify them and then push forth an envelope that was never even discovered from their side. And that in turn can be spoken about very clearly based on how Metershot Sky is playing, based on how the players of Triple Esports this time around were able to dominate. Also at the same time, the grounders, nothing taken away from them. Regicide, also one of those teams. In all, all of these teams, they are definitely pushing an envelope to be a better version of themselves in week 2.
Oh, certainly, every single team, the teams who are in the bottom half of week number 1, they are stepping up, they are showing good performance slowly and steadily. They are making an impact. Metershot Sky, yesterday was their day, 3 back-to-back chicken dinner, but today, not so much, I'll say. But yes, other teams are also stepping up, but top teams, Magnus Esports, they were right in the thick and thin of action. The way they were raining death and destruction everywhere, it wasn't easy for them to move inside the circle and grab that winner chicken dinner, where all the other teams who were inside the circle, like IA, Dream, Grounders, they also started falling down.
Absolutely. With that, looking at the leaderboard, the overall leaderboard, as I like to call it, the storyboard itself, let's have a look at it and find out how these teams have fared right now. Again, viewers, keep in mind that when it comes down to the leaderboard, we are going to be looking at the top 12 teams that are going to be able to participate in, of course, the final match, the 6th match that will be played tomorrow on the map of Livik. But before that, we do, of course, have the stats on our screens, where based on the overall ranking for week 2, after the 18 matches that have in total been played, Magnus Esports find themselves on the first position with 6 chicken dinners. The only team, again, 6 chicken dinners. There's no other team around in the vicinity of them. There's Metershot Sky, who in one day were able to accumulate 3 chicken dinners. Hooray! And are sitting at 143 points. But the lead that Magnus Esports has been able to create in week 2, yeah, it is just reminiscent of what IA did in week 1. Shadow.
Well, certainly, they are walking in the right direction, because their performance has not seen a downfall at all. Week number 2 of day 2 of week number, I'm sorry, was when they had the highest points, and they never looked back. On the other side, I8, they have seen certain downfalls. But talking about the teams that are still on the bottom, as they were in the week 1, are Faulty Devils, TmwEsports Esports, Triple Esports. Well, Triple Esports, they have started stepping up, and because of which they have taken a 2-point lead in the overall ranking. They're sitting on the 17th position, but still they need to do a lot more if they want to be in top 12.
Absolutely, and I'm sure they will. With that, moving on along with the schedule itself, we of course are left with 2 more games remaining for the day, where this time around we're going to be moving on along with the game of Erangel. Now again, the previous one was Erangel, where Magnus got that chicken dinner. The first one was Erangel, Magnus got that chicken dinner, and now on the third time that Erangel is going to be played for the day. Magnus is not going to be playing. Group B will not be participating. And not only Magnus Esports, we've got Team Star, Quraysh Esports, as well as 52 Esports. These are the teams, the 4 teams that are not going to be able to participate in this upcoming game. Now, that leads us towards that perfect question that Fixers loves to ask. Do we think that this could be a third-time charm for Magnus? Well, of course, not in this Erangel game. We'll talk about that later. But in this Erangel game, Shadow, what team do you think can walk away with the chicken dinner?
Metershot Sky?
Surely.
Maybe,
they're
but
up there.
I8 is also there.
Yes.
They have missed it twice. Okay, this time I'm going with I8.
All right. I8 is your final pick?
Yeah.
Are we certain
And
about that?
Metershot-
All right.
My pick is I8 and Metershot Sky is getting the winner in chicken dinner. I'm very sure. Because every single time I do this, I change my team, the previous one gets it. So I8.
All right. Well, don't take it to your heart again, because these teams, they're bringing in their level best performance, right? That is what we know for a fact. And this time around, of course, Group B is not going to be participating, viewers. So that means, of course, Magnus Esports, Team Star, Quraysh Esports, as well as 52 Esports will not be playing this upcoming game, the second last game of the day on Erangel. So, of course, you do let us know what team are you going to be picking. But for me, I do believe that this time around, for this map of Erangel, once again, I'm going to go with T20 This should be a team that should walk away with the chicken dinner. They deserve it. They ought to be able to capitalize on it. But it'll all fall down in terms of the communication that they get within themselves. And that communication is going to be critical, because if not, from that same group, Group D, where we do see T20, Quantum Rage is going to be my second pick, because I believe they are going to be able to capitalize on this day and on this upcoming game. But we'll find out, of course. For now, of course, the prediction is going to be set in stone for T20. We'll find out for sure. At the same point in time, when it comes down to the flight path, that is what will dictate, Shadow, as to where the fights could be. What region, or rather what area, would you want to pick when it comes to the Erangel, when it comes to the zone that we've not yet seen, but you would love to cast?
Quarry Circle. I've been demanding
Again and again.
Circle, requesting
All right.
Quarry Circle, because why am I getting it? It's very rare to see Quarry Circle.
That is true. That is definitely true. It is rare. It is seldom that you end up looking at a Quarry Circle, that is for sure. But at the same time, why is a question that only PUBG gods can answer. And as of now, based on how things are looking, well, PUBG gods, they have a mind of their own, as they keep on fluctuating as to where the zone is going to be dictating the fights and the battleground to be taking place. As of yet, we of course are going to be looking at the flight path, which is going to be starting off from, of course, the main island, from the southern side of the western side of the island itself, taking itself all the way towards Kemishki. Now, again, when it comes down to this flight path, we know Feripir Primos region is going to be favored from FS, from the grounders. But this time around, it seems like BABLU have decided to stick their wings into the same vicinity as well. We've seen them do so earlier as well, Shadow. But do you think they can maybe, or rather they should, perhaps, gatekeep this area against I8?
Depends where the circle is. If they have enough time to fight outside of the safe zone, if they are inside the circle, if there is no chance of a backstab happening from the side of FS or any other team that is in close proximity, I think they should do it. But talking with the circle, I want... this can be a quarry circle, but I picked I8, so I should be asking for a southern circle. Oh, when I'm going to learn. Well, this is why my predictions never come true. I pick a team and I ask for a complete opposite circle. Well, I8, you better squeeze inside the center of the circle as fast as possible and dominate the lobby and get a winner chicken dinner for yourself.
Absolutely, that would definitely be the prayer that you should sing right now, based on how the prediction is looking. But at the same time, nothing taken away from you absolutely as well, because it is a very dynamic lobby that we are casting right here, Shadow, and it is very difficult to be able to predict as to what team will it be. All we can do is, of course, just choose a team and hope for the best, and of course, may the best one win. As of now, we of course do have the players of BABLU who are going to be in close proximity of that bridge. At the same time, Teen Wolf, the man who is going to be scouting out ahead in the first minute of the game itself as to where We will find out. Does he choose to go all the way towards Georgia, or is going to be looking towards the center of the zone itself, where we do have Regicide along with them, TUF and 3x's players a little scattered, but still around in the vicinity. And amongst all of that, it seems like Team Wolf is going to be able to make his mark and, of course, get his vehicle through, as all the other teams are going to be working towards getting their loot segregated and working towards the best attachments as well as utilities for their weapons. For now, the teams that are not going to be favored from the zone itself are going to be Metershot. Of course, definitely we of course do have I8. On the other front of the eastern side of the map, we have the players of TmwEsports T2040 who love to go towards that Milta Lipovka region. This time around, we'll have to see how big a rotation are they going to be able to make. And talking about rotations, look at Quantum Rage's player towards the shooting range in the zone itself. The only one player from Quantum Rage who's going to be in the zone, whereas all of his teammates are at Yasnaya Polyana. So now it seems like he's been called upon, as Quantum Rage's players did notice that North Esports' players did drop down in towards their vicinity as well, near Yasnaya. And now Sirius is going to be traveling and transversing his way outside the zone to get into the comfort of his teammates. At the same point of time, going back to the conversation we discussed earlier, Team BABLU's Team Wolf is able to easily scout out the perfect area for the team to be able to make that rotation pretty much in the center of the zone. They've reached very close to Georgia. Now we'll have to see if they decide to go towards North Georgia, their known lovely drop location, or not.
They are heading towards the side northern Georgia pool right now. That is the decision of the IGL. But coming back to your first question, this is exactly the circle where Team BABLU could have gone for the bridge camp, because all the other teams, they are heading towards the northern side of the circle. There is no chance of a backstab happening or Team BABLU coming in a sandwich situation. All they had to focus was the players of on the players of Team I8. And still a good decision, because now they have the circle. They can go for the secondary loot, because the ridge complex area doesn't provide you enough resources to stay until the very final circle. So I think good decision from the part of IGL, and good for the players of Team I8, because they are going to find a free pathway inside the circle, and that is a good thing, because that's my pick. But talking about the other teams that can lock horns with each other are the players of Team 3x H2E and Regicide, because they are in the close proximity, holding the Gatka compounds.
Absolutely. For now, that is going to be the storyline, where it comes down to the teams that are in close proximity, and of course teams that we do want to be able to see get themselves in a messy situation, so that we are able to look at a first blood drawn right here in this map of Erangel, the fourth game of the day, fourth match of the day. Now, talking about how the teams have been able to rotate, well, quite a lot of them are getting busy in towards the center of the zone. At the same time, on our screens is going to be the players of North Esports, who also have had a decent day. As things started off on the map of Erangel, this is the team that finished second with 7 elimination points to their name. So NES, they've had a decent start to the day, but at the same point of time, right now, what we would want to see from them, as well as of course their fans, is a perfect finish and getting that chicken dinner. Now that of course is going to be the dream for North Esports players, as well, as they did so beautifully on day number 1, week 1 itself on the map of Miramar. But as of now, moving away from NES towards R3D Regicide, now a team that was so very critical in terms of how they were able to bring in those third parties in the map of Miramar today itself. We'll have to see if they can bring that sort of a same storyline as they make their presence felt in the zone. Now, all these teams that we are looking at, they are in the zone itself. They are in the comfort of the zone. There's only a few select teams. In fact, majorly, we've got Metershot as well as TFD, Team Faulty Devils. These are the two teams that I'll say are at the edge of the zone, going to be catching, not in fact at the edge of Blues zone, and are going to be catching up to the Blues themselves, are going to probably get a little bit of damage from that. But at the same time, we've seen that those late rotating teams, they have been able to deliver some really good punches, namely Metershot Sky with 3 back-to-back chicken dinners.
Certainly. Talking about North Esports, the thing with North Esports, right now, R3D Esports destroyer, the man who has clutched it so many times, are up against one over there, and Anubis comes in, down. Team Wool and Team Bablu again having a very bad start. Anubis, who is surviving on a sliver of HP by R3D, a very good synergized, coordinated attack onto the plus of Team Bablu, or maybe Team Bablu was on the very wrong compound. They showed on the wrong compound, and they are getting punished right now as they are surviving. There's only 2 member. What do you think, Blotter, is working wrong with the players of Team Bablu? Because today this is definitely not their day, as they lost. They had a bad performance in the map of Miramar as well. They were on the bottom of the standings in Miramar, which is their strongest map. This time, they showed good performances in Erangel, and seems like Erangel is also not working in their favor for now.
Absolutely. It is a tough luck situation for Bablu, definitely in week 2 right here. And again, nothing taken away from Bablu, because again, week 2 has been their limelight as well, because they've been able to get some really good plays. But at the same time, this rotation that was made, I honestly thought they should have gone for that North Giorgio and gotten their loot segregated and sorted, but they decided against it, which in turn put them in a very difficult position as they got a 2-man split. And that 2-man split resulted in, of course, Teen Wolf and Zebian being caught off guard, and they got eliminated right here. Now we see Bablu's players go towards the North Giorgio region, as we do have Pika OP up in front, and of course along with him is going to be Pan in the backlines to give him that cover. This is what should have happened 5 minutes ago, as they made that rotation in the early moments of the game itself. Sadly, that is not what they decided, and again, it could very well be a situation where they second guessed themselves. But talking about second guessing, it seems like I8 should have second guessed this rotation, as they are now getting caught on from the players of Freestyle. Freestyle normally don't do this, but this time around it seems like they are very in tune to be able to stop and gatekeep because of how the zone has been drawn. And FS, they are in the comfort of the zone. I8, sadly though, are being caught on from those blues. Now this is a very tricky situation for I8 to convert and make that rotation. Apart from a water rotation, I don't know how exactly is this going to work out for the players of I8, because on the other front, Metershot have still not made that rotation for themselves. At the same time, I8's IQ, well, he's down in the water. The only way up top is going to be able to go through FS, Wasi and Mom2, which definitely is not happening.
Well, this is also one of the team that is struggling, because day number 3, they got just 11 points in contrast to day number 1, where they got 40 points. So they need to step up big time if they want to maintain the top spot which they were having in the week 1, or if they want to contest Team Magnus. Well, Freestyle, let's see what's gonna happen. As Freestyle, they are still very stubborn about the bridge camp. They need those defeat points onto the players of Team I8. But coming back to Team BABLU also, the reason they didn't go for the North Georgia Bull in the very first place was the dynamic game of Team H2E. That is where I have to appreciate H2E. Last time they went for the North Georgia Bull, Team BABLU was there. This time they are in the Katkar region, and Team Bablu didn't anticipate. They had no idea that H2E could be present on that very compound which Team Bablu likes to hold on to. So the dynamic gameplay coming from the side of H2E is not helping the case of Bablu. And this time Team I8, they are not up for a fight. They are shying away from a fight. That is something very surprising, but a mature decision at the same time, considering the fact that they are not having a very good performance this time. They need those points. They are going to go from the No Rupnoy Bridge area, well, where they can face the plus of Metershot Sky. Maybe this could happen.
That could be a definite possibility, as of course this is the second zone. We can see the health of I8's players. It is dwindling down, that's for sure, as they are going to have to still make that rotation and get all the way from Novo and in towards the main island itself, which is going to be a very tricky rotation. But we'll come back to that, as of course FS have done their work. They have not been able to accumulate elimination points, but they have been able to deal the damage that was necessary to the players of I8. As we can see, I8's IQ, he was in the water. He had nowhere to go. The only place that he could go was through FS Malik's and Vasi's, of course, area, and that is now going to be open for him. At the same time, R3D's destroyer is going to be tearing down the walls that were created against him, and now in turn, that perfect spray has been felt from TmW as well, as 3x's players make their presence felt against Quantum Rage, as Quantum Rage get the little bit damage as well. Now TmW, the position that they have is really phenomenal and commendable, because they've got a lot of information right here on top of this mountain, but at the same time they've taken on these shots, are also letting their opponents know, not only R3D but so many other teams around the vicinity who can spray upon them. And this is where TmW need to be a little careful of, as they've already lost one of their players. M7, Kurma and Big Boss are the 3-man surviving as of now. But along with all of that, it seems like the zone is going to be making another curveball shift as well. And we'll have to see if TMW are going to be left to themselves or not. No, they will not, as it is moving on along towards another position. And what a drastic shift coming in from the zone.
Well, this could favor the case of Metershot Sky and I8. In fact, FS also freestyle, who are in the epicenter of the circle, but this circle is not going to help the players of Team BABLU. They were on the southern side, on the ferry pier area. They went towards the North Georgopol, lost 2 players, only to find out the circle, the third circle or the fourth circle, is going to be on the southern side, and they have to come back to that position. It's not helping Team BABLU at all right now, but Team Grounder somehow find themselves again on the very good spot, as they are on the western side, where only the team that can give them trouble are the players of TUF. All the other teams are coming from the northern or the eastern side. Grounders again finding themselves in a good spot.
They definitely are. I mean, the rotation the Grounders are making right now is commendable. As the zone moved away, they decided to enter the zone from the southern side, from the southwest side of this area itself, which in turn, again, as so perfectly mentioned by Shadow, is not being contested. At the same time, what is being contested is, of course, the position that T20 will have, because it is going to be TFD, who will be capitalizing on the situation against QWERTY, as they are losing on one of their players. T20, QWERTY's player is down on his knees. As of now, the position, the point has not been confirmed, but of course, the revival is what we still do wait to see if that'll be possible or not. All 16 teams do survive. 60 players in total, 14 minutes into the game. With that, H2E going to be capitalizing on that rotation coming in from the players of North Esports. But again, North Esports have found a compound for themselves. Same is the case for H2E, and all they now got to do is hunker it down as long as they possibly can before the next change in the zone.
Certainly, the next circle is going to be the deciding factor that which team is going to be in an advantage position. But right now, Maxi is definitely not in a good position, as Assad is dishing damage, and Maxi has definitely taken a hefty damage. The smokes were not helping him out too much, but finally he managed to safeguard his vehicle as well, safeguard his buggy, and save himself as well without getting knocked out. But North Esports, they still need to be careful, because they have H2E, R3D, 3X also coming from the northern side. So there could be a compound contestation that might come in, but Reggie Saidnoki is the guy who is taking a damage from the side of freestyle, if I'm not wrong, and TUF also in the close proximity, and TUF, one of the players, is still bleeding out, and AMR has been knocked down. This is the moment when H2 is going to close in their descent, and they are certainly doing so, but in the moment they lost Kian as well.
Well, what a fight this is turning out to be, as H2 as they've pushed on along. Kian goes down definitely, but at the same time, Tarzan Jaydi as well as Assad are going to be bringing in that damage in terms of nades, as of course Avenger OP goes down on his knees, and of course is going to be eliminated right here with the zone also shifting on along. This was the perfect moment for the players of H2E to push on against the compound of North Esports. They knew exactly where their opponents were, and this is where they've capitalized upon, as of course Avenger OP does go down, Ahmed already down on his knees. This is where H2E need to push on ahead, but at the same time, the perfect nades being brought on from the side of Maxi along with his teammate is what is keeping H2E at a backlines. Now that perfect nade through the window from Tarzan has not capitalized, has definitely not put in any damage on Maxi's position, but at the same time, now it seems like Jaydi from the backlines from H2E is going to be bringing in another damaging blow to NES's players, as Roshan does go down. Now all of this needs to be factored in by both these teams, because the zone has moved and the Blues is going to be catching up to them in another 10 seconds. If this fight extends for too long, they are going to be in a very tricky position as they try and make that rotation. But as of now, again, it is a 3v2 situation between these two teams. H2E know exactly where their opponents are, but same is the case for NES as well. NES is Maxi up in front. They are divided. All H2E need to do is get themselves scattered up a little bit, create that sort of flank angle that they could capitalize upon, but it's easier said than done when you know the battleground around is all out in the open. Therefore, we can clearly see so much of smoke wall being created, but with that, it is going to be another knock as Maxi gets in a little too close. He thought he was being a little too cheeky, but Kian with his Bison will be putting a full stop to that, as of course we do have H2E dominating against the compound of North Esports, as North Esports becomes the first team to get eliminated on the 16th position with only one elimination point. With that, Gravity from T20 QWERTY is also going to be bringing a damaging blow towards TMW, a rivalry that was created based on how the knock was brought from TMW against T20 QWERTY is now being factored in, and now TMW are being pounced on upon from not one but two individual teams, T20 QWERTY as well as 3X.
Well, 3X and QWERTY are in the close proximity, and Tyrant is a little far away from his teammates, and so is Kratos. The split 3X is not having right now. Let's see if that is going to work in their favor or not, because H2E is also trying to come from the northern side, and they have to cross paths with the players of Quantum Rage, who have a safe compound for themselves. So there could be a chance of another fight happening, and that is exactly happening as Kian takes down JD from Quantum Rage, and Kian also goes down from the side of Miracle. 3X doing a third party, and Spark is burning the flame. No, he's not. He has managed to find that little corner that he survived that Molotov coming in his direction, but JD is still bleeding out, and Spark is the only ray of hope which he's having. Can he go for the revive? He deployed few smokes, but the Tarzan comes in only to get taken down by Spark. That was a rush that came in from the side of Team H2, and JD, the last man standing, is going to lob few grenades, but can he find the perfect projectile as 3X is still in the close proximity?
Oh, what a push that was. Quantum Rage, Spark, JD still surviving. A push from Tarzan that should have definitely converted into at least, if nothing else, one finish point, led to none, as Spark and JD both stood true and tall. Of course, JD was down on his knee. It was a 1v1 situation in favor of Tarzan, and of course, Spark was busy getting that revival, but...
The smoke!
What? The smoke, definitely, but that's what the battleground does. This is just, even through the smoke, you know, it's just the luck just not being in your favor. It's ludicrous to even think the irony in the situation that one of the players was already down on his knees in front of you. All you had to do is one little spray, 10 bullets, and that should have 15 bullets, and that should have been it, maximum. But somehow Spark was able to just nullify that push. In fact, not only that, get an elimination point for himself, leave H2E with just one man surviving. That's going to be Johnny Sins JD in the backlines. What a play this was from Quantum Rage. But again, Quantum Rage, the troubles for them are not yet done, as they're just a two-man army surviving. Same is the case for BABLU, and H2E, as we just saw, is a one-man squad. And correction, the Grounders have been able to bring down the players of BABLU to a one-man army, as that perfect push from them has, or rather perfect utilization of utility from them has resulted in BABLU losing out on one more of their player.
3X, the way they are making so much noise, they are grabbing attention of so many teams right now. QWERTY is a team that is giving them trouble, and so is JD from Quantum Rage, as JD finds a knock onto Kratos. Let's see if he can be revived. He get back inside the game, but Ash from Metershot also falls down, and QWERTY Mary, 3X Mary is doing a third party on the team QWERTY as they are falling down, and Khan has been taken out of the equation, but Walker finds a beautiful knock out there. Can he find the confirmation as well? That's the main question. So many fights are happening, so many bodies are dropping every single where, and TUF is also one of the team that is being the ugly thorn for the class of R3D Walker. Well, the vehicle is helping him out. For how long, that we will see.
What a game of Erangel this is turning out to be. Of course, R3D in that 11th position get eliminated with that meter shot, getting a lot of damage from the players of I8 right there, where Ghost, utilizing that to perfection, is going to be bringing down the numbers from Metershot Sky's players as well. At the same point of time, now I8, they've got a little bit of a tricky position that they need to handle, as of course one of the player, Uzum, is already down, but as soon as this position is taken in control of from I8, it is going to be their fight for the making, as of course they are going to be the ones who will be able to dominate in this fight. And along with that, TmwEsports Esports also do get eliminated. Same is the case for Metershot, thanks to I8. All remaining are going to be 7 teams remaining in this, and as so perfectly mentioned by Shadow, oh, Regicide, what are you doing, Buzz, as you just dominated and spray, and a perfect of course swift move in his buggy is going to be able to dominate. And just like that, 6 teams remain. TFT looking very comfortable with all 4 players still standing. I8, all 4 players still do stand. A 2-man split coming in from their side, but now the zone is what will dictate as to who is going to be the one walking away with this game's chicken dinner.
And Zarba from Freestyle on the rooftop gets taken down, and Freestyle, they had the only compound in the circle, and the circle has already shifted away. That means they have to move few meters inside the circle, but right now TFD Faulty Devils are in trouble as I8, they are lobbing grenade after grenade in their direction, but not able to find any kind of a knock. But Joker is the one who is going to find knock onto 420 boy of Team QWERTY over there. QWERTY, let's see what's going to happen. TFD I8 circle has shifted so far away from both these teams that this is the moment when they have to prioritize the circle as well. But how they are going to do so, that's the main question, because this fight is inevitable. But TFD looks like the teammate, is he going for a flank angle? No, he's directly showing on the doorstep of the 2+ of I8. He's already an IQ. He's lobbing few grenades in his direction and a Molotov, and he's burning, and the grenade finally takes him down, and Saad B gets taken down. Faulty Devils, this is not something that was anticipated from their side, as Tyler also hit the ground.
Absolutely, TFD. That was not a good synergistic push coming in from their side. Yes, they've been able to damage the I8's players, but at what cost? Because they themselves have been eliminated, and I8 will be able to still keep all 4 players standing, as we are left with 4 teams surviving. With that, a new record being showcased from the side of I8 as well. As these 4 teams do still stand, the numbers advantage will definitely be in favor of I8, and that winner chicken dinner prediction, looking at 18% right now, will definitely shift. But at the same time, we'll have to see what FS are going to be able to do, because you talk about that zone, it is very much in favor of FS. They are in control of the entire saga. They are a 2-man split army, but if they can be brought down, that is where the entire fight could change in terms of its attitude towards FS. FS needs to be very, very careful. The over-aggressive stance that they've got going on right now, where Malik is busy with, of course, the loot, along with that, of course, his teammate Wasi's in the back lines, and Momtoon along with their teammate are in a line of their own. Yeah, FS needs to recuperate. The sooner they do it, the better off they're going to be. But on our screens, we can see Regicide going down one by one as the I8 aggression is being showcased. And if ours also goes down, just in return, we are left with just 1 man surviving from Regicide. Correction, none of them do remain, as, of course, 3 teams are surviving. Regicide get eliminated on the 4th position.
Well, they have been eliminated. 3 teams still remaining and 9 players. FS still having, Mars is still holding on to that rooftop angle, can get so much information onto the players who are spread out in the open area. But IQ, he has some grenades, and players FS, they are up in some trouble, because if he can find a perfect knock, but his teammate, no, not his teammate, TOA Joker sir is going to find a knock onto Wasi. That means FS, they can't get so much information as they were getting up until now. But IQ still crawling his way inside the circle, takes a hefty damage from the blue, and Uz, he has to revive his teammate as Blade is still bleeding out. But they have to isolate the fight, as one side TOF is there, other side FS is there, and I8 is a team that was dominating the lobby with 13 defeat points. But they can they get that win? That's the main question.
Oh, what a conversion this is turning out to be. When our TUF are the ones who, of course, the zone is going to be favoring. PUBG gods, they definitely changed their mind and strategy in terms of how they're going to be, of course, connecting those dots. And right now, it is going to be I8 losing out on all of their players with just 1-man army remaining for I8. On the other front, of course, when it comes down to Uzum, he has nothing to prove, because, of course, in front of him is going to be the players of FS. Alongside that, FS, a 3-man squad pushing on, just 1-man army of Uzum is nowhere to be seen. At the same time, TUF Edgar, this is what I was talking about, the X factor that TUF player Edgar can bring in, because again, this ghillie suit that he's got, this could be the capitalization that he needed. But at the same time, a 4v2 situation against Freestyle, this is a no-brainer to go in Freestyle's play. But that is only if there is no big brain play that TUF can do, which we know for a fact they are capable of. But even if the zone is favoring them, it is not going to be an easy task for them to dictate this fight.
Well, if they have the numbers advantage, the way they're surviving, picking up so many fights and picking up strongest teams in the lobby and getting good defeat points in their favor. They had the numbers advantage, they have the position advantage, they have worked for it. It was not that it was favored to them, but you have Joker sir. He has his eyes onto Malik, who is hiding behind the tree. Can he get that knock? Crucial knock.
Oh, wow.
But Momto, look at him!
Just like that. Just like that,
Yeah.
the game is done.
Well, Certainly, but Joker sir, he has his M416 ready and is shooting in the direction of one of the player of FS, but 1v4 was something undoable or not so easy in the final circle. That's why he hits the ground, and Team Freestyle gets a winner chicken dinner for themselves with 9 elimination points, and that is going to help them in the overall ranking as well, as now they are in the 9th spot.
Absolutely, what a perfect game for Freestyle, and the conversion from them was so pristine in terms of the way they were able to just capitalize on the mistakes being showcased from, of course, TUF, as of course we saw the nade drop down from TUF, and that of course in turn let Freestyle know as to where to expect the player, and just slowly creeping on along, he was able to get right behind him, right next to him, and spray on to get that shot, and of course the elimination point as well. So a perfect game for Freestyle. Definitely Team 2F, valiant effort, because they only had 2 players surviving. I8, yes, they were caught on by a storm. They had to go through a big hurricane to get to where they were, and then they had a storm to deal with right in front with the numbers going against them. No way the conversion could have been theirs. But we'll talk more about what happened in the game in the post-game segment right after the short break. Stick around. Hello and welcome to, of course, PMPL right here in the Pakistan region, PUBG Mobile. All thanks to Oppo for sponsoring and making this all happen. Along with that, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F21 Pro, the official smartphone partner right here. But in all of that, we are at week 2. This is day number 4. 1 day before the final day of week 2. And of course, well, Shadow, things are in ruins for the way Pakistan teams have dominated in week 2.
Certainly, but I8 is stepping up. I'm happy because they have the maximum defeat points in their favor. But talking about the MVP, again, this is from I8. Ghost, 5 elimination and 716 damage that this guy has been dishing out. Good stats overall from the side of Ghost and in the entire team of I8 in this particular game.
Absolutely, it was important for, of course, IA to be able to get this MVP because of the way they were. Like I said in the game ending as well, they had to go through a hurricane to again deal with the storm, which was just not an easy one. But they played their cards as well and best they could. Thus, of course, we do have Boost right there with 5 eliminations and 716 damage, finding himself at the MVP. At the same point of time, his teammate Blade is going to be right around the vicinity. Talk about precision. 5 eliminations confirmed from his side, 514 damage in 11, 23 minutes and 11 minutes of survival time right there. But alongside that, a big, of course, play to give is going to be Freestyle's Mom 2, along with right side's Ashad and 3X's Miracle.
It's certainly a miracle from the side of Team 3X. In fact, we have 2 miracles in the lobby and they have been showing miraculous gameplay. But in the match summary, it's all about I8 because they have the highest elimination, highest damage, highest assist, elimination from the side of Blade, damage from Ghost, assist from IQ. But we have miracle also from 3X Esports getting the longest distance elimination.
Well, with that, let's have a look at the match ranking from this game. We know who got the chicken dinner. Definitely it was Freestyle. Along with that, talking about the points is where the division is going to be made. And yep, they do have the biggest point difference as well, as they're sitting on 24 points from this game, sitting all the way on top. And then second position is going to be taken over by I8 based on the elimination points that they got. 13, that is to be precise, and 10 placement points because they finished 3rd in the game. Moving away from that is going to be, of course, TUF on that 3rd spot with 17 points from this game. But all of that is the first half of the story. As we move towards the latter half, BABLU sitting over there on the 14th position. North Esports, the Grounders, Quantum Rage. Yeah, these teams are not having a good week 2 ending.
Certainly, Team BABLU, they started performing really good in day number 1 when they were getting the highest points of the entire tournament, 68 points. That's sure Team BABLU is going to have a miraculous week number 2, but that's not the case as they started falling down from day number 2 and today also not having a very good performance. Could be the reason of the rotations they are going for or a dynamic drop that they went in the map of Miramar yesterday. Well, things are not working for Team BABLU.
Indeed, just not looking good. At the same time, as we talk about T20 QWERTY and the rotation being made from their side, they were caught out as far as the zone itself made a curveball, but then after that, they had no way they could make that make it into a rescue. At the same time, for the side of Freestyle, they had everything under control. They had the information, they had the numbers advantage, and then this push coming in from Mom2 right up on top against the player. It is just such a perfect read from the side of Freestyle that there is no way they should not have gotten that chicken dinner. With that, we move on towards the damage graph itself, where FS did get the chicken dinner with 9 elimination points. 1668 damage is what we got from their side, but I8, look at that. 2100 damage graph created, 13 finishes in total, but still were not rather able to get that chicken dinner, as it was a very, very tough game for them. They had to make a rotation all the way from south and then get their presence felt and known and take on the fights towards themselves and in towards their own. Talking about TUF, valiant effort from their side as well. 1400 plus damage with 5 finishes. So that means they were part of a lot of fights. But of course, the conversion was only 5 eliminations.
Well, talking about FS also, that was a head-scratching moment when Vasi got knocked down. How he got revival, because all the 3 remaining teammates were so far away from him. I kind of missed it then when he got the revival, because in the end it was all 4 players of Team Freestyle standing. That was a brave move coming from Freestyle, going for the revival onto Vasi out there when his position was given away. But in the overall rankings, still Magnus Esports is leading the charts with too many points. 228 points. Metershot Sky on the second with 146 points, but Esports, well, they have started stepping up. They have taken a lead of 3 points and are now on third spot with 143 points.
Indeed, as we move towards the next page and the next lot itself, we'll have to see how big a leap and how big a lead are these teams going to be able to create. Because again, keep in mind, viewers, we're looking at the top 12 teams that are going to be able to participate and qualify for the Livik map that will be played tomorrow. Tomorrow, the 6th game will be played on Livik, where only top 12 teams are going to be able to qualify. Now, right here, we do have, of course, 12th position taken over by R3D Esports with a chicken dinner in their favor, in their name, 113 points. And then following them on the 13th spot is going to be the Grounders. Now, R3D Esports' games are done for the day. The Grounder is going to be back, and they are going to be playing the final game. For now, the teams below R3D Esports, they have the possibility and the opportunity to be able to move on into the top 12, but we'll see. We'll see if that'll be the case or not, as we do have the final map that will be played right here. That will be Sanhok. This will be the final game of the day, where Group A is not participating. That means, as we did just mention, R3D Esports will not be seen. Metershot Sky Esports will not be a part of this game. Same is the case for I8 as well as Freestyle.
Certainly, Freestyle, the team that got a win. Now they have to wait for the next day because they are sitting out this one, and so the players of I8 Esports. But now, coming back to the main question, the prediction time, which you always get correct. Which team are you going for? Definitely, you and Fixes are getting all the predictions correct. You have got some psychic powers, I have to say, which I am lacking. Big time.
That's not entirely true. That's definitely not entirely true. But at the same point in time, when it comes down to choosing the prediction itself for this upcoming game on the map of Sanhok, I would love for this game to go down towards a team that till now has been trying their level best but just not have been able to capitalize. And for that, I want to be able to pick the side of the Grounders. I know TUF are looking very confident. 3X is looking very comfortable. Quantum Rage as well as Magnus are going to be part of this lobby. But I will go with the Grounders and see if at all they've got what it takes.
However, from the bottom teams, I now jump to the top teams and ruin their game. Magnus Esports this time.
All right. Well. Again, so that is going to be our prediction coming in from this upcoming game. At the same time, viewers, do not forget that you also can participate in this. All you got to do is, of course, let us know in the chat itself what team are you going to be rooting and supporting? Vote space, whatever team that you're going to be rooting and supporting for, as far as this chicken dinner is concerned, as well as the entirety of the grand finale itself is concerned. If you want to predict right off the bat right now, you definitely can. And along with that, now on the Sanhok map, Shadow, we know it gets very chaotic. It gets very tricky for teams to even make those sort of rotations, in which we've seen Magnus, we've seen Team Star, we've seen 3x bring in some incredible plays. But this time around, where do you believe should the zone be taking it through? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would love to see a team or two make those sort of water rotations that are missing as of now.
Went for water rotation once.
Yep.
Yeah, they went for water rotation once. Maybe we can see, because in map of Sanhok, I'm never up for water rotations, because somewhere on the coastline there is a team waiting for you who is going to spot you out, and
True.
you are pretty much handicapped. You can't do anything when you are inside the water. So that is definitely not the way any of the team would want to get an elimination, because that kind of hurts. Getting elimination without putting up a fight, that is something no one wants when they are a competitive player. Even a classic
True.
player doesn't want to die that way. So I don't want to see any kind of a water rotation. That hurts me. But talking about
Okay.
circle, where do you want the circle to go?
Well, again, so I would love for the zone to be such that water rotations are forced upon the teams that made an ill shift or an ill drop for themselves because of the chaos that it ensues. And that is what makes things exciting, at least as a caster. Yes, for a team, yeah, it's very bad, definitely. You are the limelight, you are the torch for them, definitely. I can say that based on what you just confirmed. But I am not one of those people. I love to see chaos ensue on the map, and of course Sanhok being one of those maps where we know the third parties are right around the corner. As soon as you move across this hill, you never know, a third party or a fourth party from another hill could also be spotted down from you, and the entire squad could be ruined based on just that small little mistake. And that is something that makes Sanhok really interesting. But talking about the zone itself, you know what, let's bring it down wholesome, and let's take it all the way down to boot camp, and then find out what team is going to be the best in terms of the prowess, in terms of how they're able to communicate, and then the skill itself as they utilize those weapons and those utilities to get that chicken dinner for themselves.
Boot camp. That means Qwerty and Magnus can capitalize.
Yep,
Because Magnus
they
is
can.
in Paris Resort, Qwerty is in boot camp, so this could be the game. And if Team BABLU sticks together and drops in Painan, which they have not been doing at all.
At all.
Yeah, certainly. In Sanhok, they are going for a very split drop. One player in Painan, one player on Camp Alpha Island. That is not working for them at all. So if they stick together and if they drop in Painan, maybe they can also go with the, not a winner chicken dinner, good placement points.
Good game for them, definitely. And
Yeah.
that is something that, yes, it has been a little lackluster performance from BABLU at times. At times, things work out perfectly for them as they make that two-man split. But at times, at the same time, things go very, very wrong. And that is the dynamic approach that they're trying. But it's a hit and miss coming in from the side of BABLU, definitely. But at the same time, as you quickly mentioned, we'll have to still wait and watch as to where the zone is going to be dictating these teams to go towards. It is going to be a small map. Yes, we've seen the teams already drop down to their known locations, and also at the same times there are teams who scatter themselves across the entirety of the map, and that also is going to be one of those. Well, again, to my mind right now comes 3x Esports. They've done that previously as well, where they scatter themselves across one side of the map, and then slowly as they get more and more information, get closer and closer together. So we'll have to see what sort of an approach are these teams bring into the final game of the day.
Yeah, talking about 3x Esports, yes, in every single map they tend to have a split drop or a split position inside the circle, specifically in the initial few circles, mostly going for a linear split or something, but they always cover each other's backs. So that is something that differentiates between Team BABLU and Team 3x Esports. 3x, all the four players are always in the close proximity despite having a scattered position, but on the other side, Team BABLU takes extreme split. That doesn't work for them, but I'm happy this time they are in Paina, they are sticking together. But Qwerty, they are in boot camp, and the circle. This time we are witnessing a Western circle.
All right, we shall see which team is this going to be favoring. Again, When it comes to the map of Sanhok, we know the rotations is where teams do get drawn on upon. It is going to be those late rotating teams themselves as well as those early rotating ones. And with that, we do, of course, have a car being utilized right here from the side of Magnus as faster as he takes on one shot after the other and tries to bring down the players of TmW. He tried his level best from the Paradise Resort, but was just not able to get any shot on, landed on upon the opponents. Of course, he needed that scope that is right in front of him, but yeah, if only we would have had that a minute ago, it would have been absolutely pristine along with the QVC. But again, never mind all of that, because for now, it's just the first minute of the game itself. The teams are going to be, of course, looting across the entirety of the lobby, talking about that Magnus approach on the Paradise Resort. There's going to be no team to give them that contestation. We've seen that happen earlier, but seems like as we get further into PMPL for Pakistan region, these teams have understood the extent to which they want to be able to take on fights, and it seems like the early few minutes of the game itself, the teams are very comfortable with their own drop locations, and the contestations are very few in week 2. But again, I do not want to jinx it. As of now, we do have Team Stars Osama on our screens in a tuk-tuk as he moved on to of course Cow region, as he wants to get that perfect loot for himself as well. Now, the first blood situation that can be drawn, I wonder who, or rather which team will it be? We've got quite a lot of teams that are a little scattered, but not a lot of trouble for any of them, in fact, for now.
Why do you get a feeling that your prediction is going to come true? Because look at Grounders, they have the entire control of the Camp Alpha area, and rotation towards the southern island is not going to be so very challenging for them. So, well, go Magnus, I'll say. They should get it.
But you know what?
Time.
To say one thing along with that, the Grounders, yes, the position is looking pristine for them. The rotation is going to be flawless, definitely no questions asked. But it is the conversion. The Grounders, what I've seen missing from the side of this team, from, of course, Mr. Black, Sensei, Sue, and Evil Boy, is the conversion in terms of the way they're taking on those fights, in terms of how they're leaving fights itself, how many angles they're keeping open around their vicinity. All of it combined together, it is a little bit of a lackluster performance that I've seen from the Grounders. At times, they've delivered it beautifully because of how the zone has favored them. But at the same time, at times, things have gone very, very wrong for the Grounders. So, even though what you say statistically is correct, based on what I'm looking at, it is still going to be a tough cookie to crack. But we'll find out. I definitely do support my prediction, but I will still keep a very open eye and see if at all they are going to be able to make their presence felt or not.
Grounders like to play on the periphery. At least in Erangel and Miramar, that is their rotation that I have seen in this week. They have changed their path of rotation. That's why they're every single time they are able to get good placement points because they play on the periphery. They tend to keep themselves away from all the congestion and the traffic that is inside the circle. But Magnus Esports, one thing that doesn't work for them in the map of Sanhok, I think, is coming out of Paradise Resort because they tend to go for a late rotation. At least in the initial few days of our event, they tend to go for a late rotation from Paradise Resort, where other teams capitalize and do a third party, fourth party, and the fifth party. And Team Magnus, it becomes a challenge for them to come out. But right now, Team BABLU is picking up the players of Team 3X, and H2E is also managing to find few good points, defeat points for themselves. One defeat point already in their favor. So fights have already started breaking out, and let's see which team is going to get first squad wipe. As 3X, they have revived their fallen comrades, so all the 4 players are still inside the lobby.
Well, this first blood situation has been drawn from H2E, and with that, it is going to be TUF also bringing in a third party against the positioning of 3X. From one fight they moved away, that was against BABLU, towards another crosshair as it was set up from TUF, and Edgar is going to be pushing on that luck and, of course, spraying on that word against Mary, and in turn, he will be able to accumulate that one finish point, it seems like, as Mary already is down. Now 3X not off to a good start to this game with only 5 minutes into the map of Sanhok. 3X, even though they are at the top of the hill situation, the numbers have dwindled down for them, and that in turn has resulted in a very difficult position for them to be able to convert. Now, of course, Kratos, Mary, as well as Miracle from 3X do still remain, but for how long is what we shall have to see. First blood has been drawn, and it seems like along with all of that, when it comes down to this map of Sanhok, it is going to be quite a chaotic one, where in the first 5 minutes itself, we are looking at quite a lot of shots being taken place, and that too on point, as again the rivalry and the retaliatory fire from 3x has resulted in TUF's player going down as well.
Well, yesterday in the map of Sanhok, TUF just got 1 point, that also a defeat point, facing a very early elimination. So let's see if this time can they turn things around, because this is one of the strong team, but in Sanhok they tend to lose things out. They tend to lose out on their players, and this time also they have Magnus Esports on their tail. Not now, but the rotation that is coming from the side Magnus Esports, they can definitely do a third party, and TUF can become a party in the sandwich, as they have 3x. In fact, from northern side, Koti is also lurking nearby, so there is a chance of third party, fourth party happening, and so many fights breaking out right in the middle or the epicenter of the circle, where 3x, BABLU, Triple Esports, so many teams are present. Well, BABLU Pan, talking about him, he has his crosshairs and his eyes onto the players of Quantum Rage, but Quantum Rage, they have a safe compound for themselves, so nothing to worry about for now.
For now, Quantum Rage looking comfortable. Again, so perfectly mentioned by Shadow is the fact that so many teams are going to be in the center of the zone. So many teams are going to be a part of the zone. The only team that is so far out is going to be 52 Esports. Apart from that, these teams that are pretty much in the center, they, of course, know where the opponents are at. As we can see from North Esports' side, they have been able to spot out the grounders, Mr. Black. Now, Mr. Black pushed on ahead, and of course, now it is going to be focused on towards the northern side of this zone itself, as to will the players of North Esports allow the player of Grounder to be able to make this shot. And again, for Mr. Black, one thing that I'll have to say is, mate, change your pace. Why are you drawing attention to yourself from the same exact angle? And here we have it, the answer being drawn, as of course the teammates of Mr. Grounder have pushed on themselves towards the compound of North Esports. And of course, Roshan as well as Emmer, they are none the wiser. This is the moment for, of course, Siu along with his teammates to be able to capitalize upon. But from the top right-hand side of the screen, we can clearly see that Siu is all by his lonesome. There are his teammates. We know Mr. Black is going to be up on top. But where are the other teammates? Sensei and Evil Boy. It needs to be a perfect synergistic effort to convert this into a perfect squad vibe for the Grounders. Can they do so? Sensei is playing a game of his own, as I can see on the mini-map. This is not the way the Grounders used to play, is all I'm going to say, Shadow.
CU has his teammates in the close proximity, not as close as they should be in this kind of a situation, but they are in the close proximity. That's why CU is waiting for his teammates to come closer so that he can open things up on the plus of North Esports. But yes, on the side of Grounder, CU is one of the players that has been showing not miraculous but good performance from their side. But Magnus Esports is a team that is going to open things up, but they find a knock and a confirmation onto Gravity. But 420 Boy is going to retaliate, as he is going to eliminate Drawlin out of the equation. Trades coming from both the sides, and things are not looking good at this very early stage in the map of Sanhok. If you're losing out on your players, this is not something that is going to favor you if you are aiming for a winner, chicken dinner. And Zen, can he find his fallen comrade, as Faster is still bleeding out and is so far away from finisher? There is no chance, and Baldrix is going to find a confirmation as well. That means Magnus, bad start. 2 players already lost and 1 defeat point, something I won't go for. Not good. Fair, 1 defeat point losing on 2 players, but CU finally opens things up and finds a knock onto Hammer of North Esports.
Well, the final opening has been put in right here from the side of the Grounders, as they do eliminate off their opponent, as they do confirm 1 elimination point for themselves. Now, Roshan is going to be the only one left. Along with that, as we move back to the fight that, of course, Magnus were a part of, they did lose out on 2 of their players. Faster and Drawlin have already been left and melted, as we are left with, of course, Magnus's finisher and Zen on our screens, who are out on the run, moving themselves outside the zone from the looks of it. Again, a 2-man's army is what they're left with, so all they can think about right now is, of course, a passive approach into this map, into this game of course, Sanhok. Right here on our screens, of course, there's going to be BABLU against the players of Quantum Rage. A very close contestation between these two teams. They do have those smoke walls being created from the side of BABLU. At the same time, Quantum Rage, they're keeping and playing it safe. As we can see on the top right-hand side of our screens, a 2-man split coming in from the side of Quantum Rage, but Quantum Rage needs to be very, very careful. They've got that smoke wall. That means they're already already anticipating the push coming in from BABLU. Now, at the same time, does that flank from JD help them out? Will that give them the edge that they need? Because it seems like they are taking on a different fight altogether. A two-man split from side of Quantum Rage has resulted in two individual fights that they're going to be part of, as Goku, along with his teammate, are going to be all faced in Spark, and Goku are all going to be faced with the wrath of course, BABLU, with all four players walking towards this one perfect fight. On the other front, for Quantum Rage, Sirius, as well as, of course, JD, well, they've got a fight of their own, and this is not the way you want to be able to convert things. And on the other front, thank God we have the Grounders moving ahead, as North Esports have been eliminated. A perfect valiant effort from the Grounders has resulted in North Esports being the first team to get eliminated.
And Team Quantum Rage, the way they are picking fights, multiple fights, serious picking fight for the plus of Team BABLU, and like you mentioned, Teen Wolf is right in front of Reggie's side. Quantum Rage, the way they are spread out, they are picking fights on multiple fronts, and things are not looking in their favor because the split is not helping. Spark is bleeding out, and Pico OP, it's a matter of time that he's going to find a confirmation to Spark, because right now revival onto Spark itself is a suicide mission, but Sirius is closing the distance towards the side of Pan, and Pan has a height advantage, hard cover for himself. That is something you need to be scared of, especially Quantum Rage. Goku, yes, he's there, but he can't close in the distance towards Spark, as Pico OP is keeping an hard angle onto Spark. But Asad finds a knock onto the plus of Team Reggie's side, and 52 Esports is also closing the distance. They have 3x Esports as well. That means a third party situation is being created on the eastern side, where the two remaining plus of Team Magnus Esports are also present.
Well, for now, as we do have Quraysh Esports' Jaguar taking on shots against TFT, as well as on our screens we had BABLU Zibian confirming the elimination point for, of course, Quantum Rage's Spark, as Quantum Rage are left with a three-man squad. Now, Quantum Rage, they've done better. They've taken better fights. I wonder what got into them as they take on two individual fights of their own. Two-man split, all right, that can be seen. A two-man split getting their own individual information, that can be seen. But then choosing to fire upon two individual teams is debatable, but that, of course, is not going to be stopping them as they get the opportunity. They are going to be taking down Pan. Along with that, of course, from the faraway distance, the flank angle that we saw JD at, he is going to try and deliver that same exact massive blow to, of course, Pico OP as well. Pico OP was brought down to almost a sliver of HP, but again, the teammate was around to be able to help him out, and of course, the first aid is going to be able to help Pico OP get up to a decent amount of health. At the same time, for Quantum Rage, the fight is not yet done, as BABLU is going to be in their crosshairs. From one fight to the next, they push on ahead, as once again, Pico OP does go down. Zibian from the backlines also almost on down to a sliver of HP. Quantum Rage, the flank angle that they had created, it definitely seems like it's going to be able to factor in and help them out, because 5 seconds more and the zone is going to be shifting, and that is where BABLU is going to be all out of options. They are going to have to push through to the opportunity towards the position of course, Quantum Rage. Now, of course, in Team BABLU's side, we do have Zibian, Teen Wolf, and Pico OP still surviving. They have seen the rotation and the pushes that Quantum Rage are making. So now for, of course, Team BABLU, the only thing yep, there we have it. The only option that they've got is to be able to fall back, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to do. For this, they need to find themselves either a vehicle or a perfect flank angle. But then again, as we do have on our screens, the team in yellow is going to be Quraysh Esports, a team that could very well be waiting for the rotation that Team BABLU is trying to apply. At the same time, it seems like Quantum Rage's players, they have already understood what the players of BABLU are doing, and they are going to try and cut them out before they can make that rotation.
But Quraysh Esports also need to check their back, because they have faulty devils on the other side of the river. So that means someone is keeping an eye onto Quraysh Esports as well. But JD finds a perfect knock onto Rashad over there with a grenade, but he himself gets traded down. That means trades are coming in from both the side, and H2E looks like Yan is only mine right now. He has to stop Noki in his track, because he's coming for the revival onto his fallen comrade. No, he's not going to prioritize the race. Instead, he's going to prioritize the defeat point onto the fallen opponent out there. Now Noki going for the revival on his teammate. Let's see how things are going to pan out, as Team BABLU finally managed to get inside final. This time, this could be the game to lose. They don't have the numbers, but they have the city, they know the terrain, they know final very well. This is their home. But on the other side, Virus finds a knock onto Zen. That means Magnus Esports, things are not looking good at all. As the last man standing, can he revive his teammate? Can he take down the plus of TUF? The odds are very less. Let's find out.
Absolutely, like so perfectly mentioned, the odds are definitely stacked up against him, and that perfect nade coming in from, of course, Joker Sir should be able to eliminate well. For now, definitely not going to be the case, but finisher has been spotted, and of course, that perfect push coming in from TUF is going to be the final nail in the coffin that Magnus did not anticipate as they get eliminated on the 15th position with only one elimination point to their name. 14 teams still do remain, 48 players alive. TUF looking very comfortable with 3 elimination points converted. The Grounders, same case, 3 elimination points converted for them as well. As we move away from this lot, we've got 14 teams remaining. H2E going to be on our screens, where of course JD has been trying his level best to be very quiet. He does not want to let any team know that he and his teammates are going to be taken over this small little shack. But again, they are in a world of trouble because that's the only shack that these teams are going to be working towards. And as soon as they try and deliver some Molotovs as well as some nades in there, it is going to be a very difficult conversion for the players of H2E. And that is what T20 R3G are going to be trying to capitalize. But on our screens, it's going to be TmW, and a perfect spray coming in from the side of Reaper is going to be able to hunger the progress and rotation of course, Team Star's player right there.
Certainly, and Miracle is stopping the loss of TmW as Reaper has been taken out of the equation, but Team Star is also losing out as 2 of the players are still bleeding out. Miracle, who is on a very sliver of HP, and 666 with that Molotov, he can easily find a knock and a confirmation onto Miracle as Miracle is burning and he has been eliminated with that. Team Star bits bye-bye at 14th position, and TmW Kurma is still surviving. X is still surviving but fighting the battle with the blue, and the circle goes far away from them as the circle is going to pan out in Pine Nan, where the players of Team BABLU are present. They have the circle, Quraysh Esports, they have the southern control as well, but TmwEsports Rex, he's right in the crosses of Jaydeep. So better be careful, because Jaydeep, we know what this lad is capable of, because he has shown us such good gameplays that you need to be careful of Jaydeep from the side of H2. In fact, Tarzan also from H2E.
Definitely, as they find themselves at the edge, they want to be able to capitalize this position for as long as they possibly can. They've already heard the players of course, R3G move away from that exact same area that, of course, we do see Tarzan in. And that was, of course, favoring towards R3G's position because they wanted to get into the zone. And that is what now this team of R3G is working towards. But in the backlines, they've left H2E. Now, if R3G is not careful, and once H2E makes that rotation, they could very well hunker on upon the position of R3G itself. Now, Regicide need to be very cautious of that exact same fact. At the same time, right now we can see that they are worried a little bit more about as to what is going to be in front of them. That's going to be the team of BABLU and their compound. At the same time, Team TUF are going to be bringing in those sprays and shots as they take down another team. 3x gets eliminated, 12 teams do remain, and the number of elimination points that TUF had is incredible. 6 finish points already set up for the side of TUF, with 12 teams still remaining, 40 players in total, surviving on the map of Sanhok.
Well, this is a contrasting performance of TUF as compared to previous Sanhoks. But look at Daku and Faulty Devil Styler. Styler is just playing with Daku. Come on. He definitely is going to come out, and Faulty Devil Styler finds a beautiful knock and a funny knock onto Daku over there. But right now 52 Esports are showing on the doorstep for Ahmad, who takes a hefty damage from the side of 52 Esports. Can he clutch it out? Can his teammates come and shine in time to save him from the side of 52 Esports, where Jaguar is going to the third party and steal the thunder, as we're going to find a confirmation on the fallen comrade of Team TFD.
Well. I so wish Styler would have utilized on that opportunity a little bit earlier rather than taking that damage on his level 3 kit, as now he is in the blues. Now his position has been caught, and there is no way that he's going to be able to walk out of this position without getting any more damage. Of course, his level 3 kit is going to be able to help him out, but for how long? In the similar time, we can see the first aid that he has are 3 as of now, or no, my correction, it's going to be 4 as of now, as of course he's utilizing those bandages to try and survive for as long as he can in this fourth zone. But along with that, in our kill feed, we can see Quantum Rage's Goku bringing in a lot of damaging plays, as well as now when it comes down to the zone itself, the zone is going to be taking a different curveball. It has been favoring BABLU's Painan position. That, of course, Shadow had already predicted earlier, but at the same time, now it moves down towards another edge, towards the western front, where the Grounders are making their presence felt, and it is going to be none other than R3G who are at the receiving end, and that's perfect Molotov. Could very well result in a lot of damaging play from Grounders, but it seems like Quantum Rage's JD has something else to prove as he brings in that perfect spray, and Mr. Black from Grounders does go down.
Well, this could Quraysh Esports game or Team BABLU if Team BABLU managed to defend the compound and stop all the teams that are trying to come from the northern side. But right now, TUF is getting very aggressive on the side of 52 as Firo has been sought out and Edgar finds a perfect knock onto him. Can he find the knock and the confirmation of the remaining clause of 52 Esports? That's a question as Hassan OP is going for the revival and a beautiful grenade comes from the side of Edgar, takes Pain also down. That means 52, they are falling down as the last man is going for the revival and rescue onto his fallen comrade. Does he have enough time? But Edgar shows up right in front of him and eliminates the entirety of Team 52 Esports, single-handedly getting 4 defeat points for himself. Well, TUF is looking very good right now, but they have to move inside the circle, and Reggie's side, who were trying to do so, have been taken down. One of the player has been taken down. Other player, last player, Rocky, is still standing but fighting with the blue.
Oh, this is going to be a very tough fight right here in the areas of Painan, of course, as we do have a little bit of kerfuffle already being thrown because there are so many teams around in the vicinity. TMW's Kurma as well as, of course, M7 have themselves scattered. On the other front, we do see TmwEsports' players making that rotation towards the northern side of Painan itself, where, of course, BABLU is going to be waiting for them as well, I believe. Or, no, never mind. It is going to be still a little further more before they can meet their end, and BABLU might be the one who will be able to dictate that fight. But for now, again, these teams, as they make that rotation to get out of the zone, it seems like the grounders Sensi is going to be out of the blue, and the option is going to be left out to nothing as JD. What a perfect capitalization from, of course, Quantum Rage. This is just, to the face of the grounders. They were not careful of those shots earlier. Even though they got sprayed on upon, they should have gotten those crosshairs already set up to understand what team that was. They were still not careful, as, of course, the Blues had caught up to them. This is 6th blue zone, so that means a lot of damage is going to be brought on to the players, and it seems like now the grounders, Siu being the only player surviving, the only option he has is to be able to, of course, bring in that 22 first aids to survive for as long as he possibly can. With that, 17 players still, 16 players still to survive.
This is the first time we are going to witness a heel battle in the Pakistan region. That means things are getting very serious and very intense. And TMW is still fighting with the blue. They are trying to move inside the circle. And right now, Quraysh Esports are on the eastern side. On the western side, we have the players of Quantum Rage and BABLU are falling down as Triple Esports Hunter takes down Zibian out of the equation. That means Teamwo is the last man standing. No, he's not the last man. Pika OP is also in the equation as he takes Kurma down more. No, it was the play zone that took Kurma down and out of the equation. That means Triple Six going for heel battle, and now Team BABLU, they have to face the wrath of Triple Esports as Rex is closing the distance on Pika OP and gets a confirmation as well. Team BABLU has been eliminated at 6th position, but considering Sanhok, it's a good performance coming from the side of BABLU. But right now Rex needs to be careful as Quraysh Esports, they have their eyes onto the all 4 players of Triple Esports.
Oh, they definitely do, as those nades are being brought on, as well as the Molotovs being utilized to perfection from the side of Quraysh Esports. All the 3 players that are standing with 7 defeats already confirmed from their side, they do not want to be able to fall back from this opportunity, as they are going to be able to dominate against the players of course, Triple Esports. As we can see, the health in the left-hand side of Triple Esports, they have gone down to only a few. Rex is the only man with almost decent amount of 80% plus HP. At the same point of time, none of these players have fallen down to their knees. That means Quraysh Esports, the Molotovs, as well as all the utility that they used, has gone against them. They were hoping to get an opening against Triple Esports' position. Sadly, that's not been the case. And now, Triple Esports is the team that is going to be in favor because they've got all 4 players still standing. Oh, my correction, 3 players standing, as of course, Hasni was able to spot out Hunter, and now all he needs to do is bring that spray to perfection to capitalize on that situation as Quraysh Esports' players dominate on Triple Esports' position. Triple Esports down to just a 1-man squad now.
And as the 7th circle shifted southward, Sirius is the only man inside the safety of the circle. He can be that anchor for his teammates, but Quraysh Esports eliminated the entirety of Triple Esports. Now 3 teams still standing as CU is going for a heel battle, still surviving, made it in top 3. Let's see Quraysh Esports on the other side. We have Quantum Rage over there. One of the player of Quantum Rage, Goku, is still bleeding out, but Sardarji has been eliminated from the equation, and Jaguar going in the blue, taking down the players of Quantum Rage. Did this happen? Jaguar clutched it.
Yep, he did. Yep, he did. Of course, along with his teammate in the back, Jaguar and Hasni are the players from Quraysh Esports who have been able to capitalize on the situation. And now it seems like Siu, he's out of options. He's left out with nothing but to try and get one more point away from that. Once again for the day, my pick comes in second. But what a play coming in from Quraysh as they walk away with a perfect chicken dinner for themselves.
And the overall ranking is going to help them as they are standing on the 6th position with this game. 12 elimination points, 12 points, 15 placement points. Well, something Quraysh Esports was looking out for. Good gameplay coming from their side. In fact, good gameplay coming from the side of Team BABLU as well, as Sanhok is definitely not their strongest map, but this week they have worked on Sanhok and they are performing, at least getting good points in the map of Sanhok as well. But Grounders, this time again, good performance coming from their side. They were so close to that winner chicken dinner so many times today itself that at least they are getting good placement points.
Exactly. If nothing else, they're walking away with those placement points, confirming their position in the top 12 slowly and steadily onwards as they push through. With that, we're going to push through a small little break. Stick around. We'll be right back with the post-game analysis. Hello and welcome to Pakistan, right here, Pakistan region PMPL for, of course, PUBG Mobile, where indeed this fall split is turning into quite a chaotic mess for all these teams. Compared to week 1 and to week 2, a lot of storyline has changed, but right now talking about the game that just took place on the map of Sanhok, well, we know who walked away with a perfect chicken dinner. That was Quraysh Esports, and then following them was the Grounders, Siu, with, of course, the second position. But a valiant effort being showcased from, of course, Siu and the Grounders as they tried their level best, but things were just not good. Same, of course, can be said for, of course, BABLU as well. They had the position, they had themselves hunkered down, but sadly, again, the number of teams that pushed on to their compound and position were just too many.
And the blue also, they had to fight a battle with the blue, and when you're fighting against blue, you tend to lose the fight. But JD is the man of this match. Sanhok, he is the MVP from the side of Quantum Rage, getting 5 elimination and 904 damage that he has been dishing out. On the other side, the healing stun are 219. That means he was not getting damage, he was not receiving too much damage. But the players we need to focus on, along with JD, are going to be Hasni from the side of Quraysh Esports, Edgar from the side of TUF, and Jaguar from the side of Quraysh Esports, and Goku from the side of Quantum Rage.
Absolutely, and again, that itself clearly showcases the top teams that were part of this game. TUF, they had a perfect play in this game. They had so many elimination points favoring them to be able to walk away. But along with that, let's move on ahead to the match summary itself, where we shall see the players who were looking so very fantabulous. We've got high eliminations going in favor of Mani from Quraysh Esports. Along with that, the entire list of high damage, high assist, as well as the longest distance is being favored in for JD from the side of Quantum Rage. This is ludicrous play from JD. He definitely ought to have deserved that MVP, and that can be clearly shown right here in the match summary as well.
Well, certainly, it's all about Quantum Rage over there, along with Quraysh Esports. Talking about ranking, Quraysh Esports are on the top with 27 points, Quantum Rage with 19 points on the second spot, Grounders on the third spot with total of 15 points, and Triple Esports, this time they are having a good performance. Finally, Triple Esports stepping up, getting 14 points, sitting on the fourth position. TOF also having good elimination point, but not so good placement points. Placement points in Sanhok, this is something TUF needs to work on. This time only getting 10 points. TmwEsports, well, they are having good outing this time. 6 and 4 total, 10 points for themselves, sitting on the 6th spot.
Absolutely, and again, as we move towards the latter half of the leaderboard, we saw 3x being the first team to get eliminated, sadly, this time around, as they were caught off guard in terms of the early moments of the game itself. Now, this is what Sanhok does, right? Those third parties and getting sprayed on upon from areas and having no idea as to where are you, what angle are you supposed to even cover as you run out in the open to get and run towards the zone itself. Now, this is where so many of the teams did falter down, and based on how the zone was itself, so many teams had to get close together towards each other, and of course that resulted in that much more of chaos, as will be of course showcased right here from the Oppo F21 Pro moments. Right off the bat itself, we had the players of the Grounders bring in down the first team to get eliminated. That was North Esports, but after that things took a different turn as there were so many fights taking place across the entirety of this map.
Especially on the eastern side, because all the teams were trying to rotate from the northern or the eastern side, and the teams who were somewhere on the western side, they had a free pathway inside the circle because the circle was favoring them for so long that they don't had to traverse around so much. That is where Magnus Esports started falling down, because so many other teams were present on the eastern side where they were trying to rotate from. Triple Esports was also there. In fact, Triple Esports this time they're having a good outing, much needed good points. The Triple Esports need this thing.
Absolutely. Along with that, we shall have a look at the damage graph itself right now, as so many teams took part of the fight, which were the ones who were dominating. We had, of course, Quraysh Esports walk away with that perfect chicken dinner, definitely with 2072 damage. But at the same time, let's also have a look at, of course, Quantum Rage, a team that was so very close following the players of Quantum Esports in terms of the damage drop, with 1945 damage done off their own with 9 eliminations. But in all, the Grounders were looking very comfortable with 888 damage dished out with 3 eliminations. But again, it was scattered throughout the entirety of the map, which is what I love. The entirety of the lobby were part of individual fights. Yes, there are a few teams who were not able to cross the 500 marker, but there are so many of them who were able to cross the 1000 damage marker.
This is something that is impressive, because in Sanhok you're always going for the fight, you're always going for aggression because of the size of the map, and the teams which were able to grab at least high damage were Quraysh Esports, Quantum Rage, Team BABLU, TUF, H2E also. H2E dishing out more than 900 damage but getting only 2 defeat points for themselves. This is something they need to work on, but H2E, they have been having their ups and downs, so let's see if they can manage to find themselves in the top 12, because in overall ranking we still have Magnus on the top.
Oh yes, Magnus Esports sitting very comfortable with six elimination chicken dinners that they've converted. My apologies there, with of course the highest amount of placement points as well as elimination points in week 2. There is no way Magnus Esports can be toppled down in tomorrow's 5 games that will be played before we look at the top 12 teams playing on the map of Livik. But look at that, the Grounders position and the play. They have been able to push themselves 9 positions, sitting on the 9th, 4 positions sitting on the 9th position right here, with of course that one chicken dinner in their favor. At the same time, a kudos should be given to Quantum Rage right here with 0 chicken dinners but sitting on the 4th position.
This is something worth appreciating, that they don't need a chicken dinner. They have found a perfect balance between the placement and the elimination point. That is something required to maintain the consistency. But talking about consistency, TmW is not having that at all. This time they're having a good performance, because of which they have taken 2-point lead. They have stepped up by 2 points, sitting on the 18th spot with 66 points. But Team Quati, Team Star, R3D, H2E, they still have that sword hanging on their head, because they still can be toppled over. They still have to make their jump to be in top 12 if they want to play the bonus match of leaving.
It is going to be very tough tomorrow. All the 5 games that will be played before we jump into match number 6, which is of course the bonus map, which is going to be Livik. Only top 12 teams viewers are going to be participating in that, and of course, as we saw right there, the points, they are so very close. So tomorrow's 5 games, by the end of those 5 games, in fact, we will know as to what those top 12 teams are that will participate on the map of Livik. But a very close contestation that can be anticipated from these teams tomorrow. Shadow.
Well, definitely, they are going to try their level best. They are going to bring forward their best A game if they want to be in top 12, because anything can happen. A single game is enough for other team to topple you over. But look at the overall ranking, Magnus Esports.
Oh, wow.
And I8, wow. I8, they had huge margin of points by the end of week 1. And now Magnus Esports, they are on the top with same amount of points, 489.
This is incredible. This is absolutely ludicrous right here as to the number of points that Magnus Esports and I8 have been able to accumulate into the entire league. That is, of course, viewers, keep in mind, week 1 matches combined with week 2 matches, the number of points that they've been able to accumulate right here. Absolutely phenomenal. But at the same time, of course, we also should mention Quantum Rage right there with 339 points of their own, sitting on the 3rd spot, and following them very closely are going to be the other teams as well, because the difference then isn't that much. But the difference that Magnus Esports and I8 have created, this is absolutely bonkers. But I still do wonder, we have tomorrow and then we've got week 3 before we jump into the grand finals itself, Shadow. Do you think there could be any other team that could get close to that 500 marker in terms of how Magnus and I8 are performing in this league standing?
Well, certainly they can, but talking about the teams who are on the bottom, 52 Esports, TmwEsports, Triple Esports, Quality Devils, North Esports, the misery is not ending. But yes, they have showcased few good gameplays. North Esports finally stepping up, Grounders finally stepping up this week, and they are showing good performance in terms of the placement points or the elimination points, because North Esports, they have a balance of both the points, but on the other side, Grounders, they have huge placement points. Elimination points is something they lack. They need to work on their frontal battles. That is where they are lacking. But H2E is also sitting in the 14th position with good performances this week and total of 227 points.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, those elimination leaders lacking from the side of the Grounders. Let's see which are the teams that were and players that were able to capitalize on those. We do have Finisher right up on top with 71 eliminations of his own. That means for Magnus Esports, Finisher has been able to accumulate 71 points and given it to Magnus Esports' team, along with, of course, we do have second position taken over from I8's Blade, followed in with QWERTY. T20 QWERTY's Gravity with 66 eliminations, followed along with, of course, I8's players once again, Uzum and Ghost, 63 eliminations and 62 respectively for both those lads.
But certainly, I8, Magnus, these are the two teams that have been dominating the lobby. I8, not so much dominant performance and this week, but Gravity, yes, this is a guy that has been stepping up. QWERTY, we were having so many complaints from the side of Team QWERTY that where Team QWERTY is by the end of week number 1, but this time they are stepping up. They are showing good performance courtesy to Gravity, and along with that, Voltrix is also in the lead, but faster from the side of Magnus Esports. He has got 58 eliminations and 6th spot.
Absolutely. As we move ahead, these are the elimination leaders, the top 10 elimination leaders till now at the end of week 2, day number 4. We still do, of course, have one more week, or rather one more week before we jump into the grand finals. But along with that, when it comes to week 2 itself, we also do have one more day. That is going to be tomorrow, and that is where we will find out how this elimination leader is going to change. Along with that, let's have a look at the day summary itself. We, of course, did look at 5 games that were played today, 3 of which were Erangel, 1 Sanhok, the final one, and, of course, Miramar. So talking about the start of the day itself, we started off with Erangel. That is where Magnus Esports walked away with a perfect chicken dinner in their favor, and Faster was the man who was awarded the MVP with 6 finishes to his name. Moving away from there, we had Team Star with a chicken dinner of their own on the map of Miramar, and then following that again was the players of Magnus Esports on the map of Erangel, where they got that perfect, amazing chicken dinner once again for the day. The second for the day. This team just does not know how to stop walking and working towards those chicken dinners back to back.
Well, Magnus have been consistent, but talking about Quraysh Esports, in the entire day, they always deliver one good performance. Yesterday also, they had a very good outing in one of the games. This day also, they are showcasing a good performance in the very last match. So in the entire day, they managed to have at least one good game. But talking about Magnus, this time, there is a stark difference because Magnus... the point Magnus has accumulated is 169 just in 3 days. On the other hand, I8 was not even able to cross the 100, only 85 points in 3 days.
Exactly. It is, that is how divided this entire lobby definitely is. But at the same time, by the end of course, week 3, we will find out what those top 16 teams are. But right now, before we talk about the end of week 3, we are still part of week 2, which of course, day number 4 has come to an end. Tomorrow, day 5, will be the final day for week 2, where we will find out what those top 12 teams are that will be able to participate in the bonus map of Livik. But for now, again, one final sentence, final words from you, from your side, Shadow, to close the day.
Right, you step up and North Esports. In fact, all the bottom teams, I want to see a dominating performance from their side, and someone please contest the drop location of I8 Esports when they are on the weakest point right now.
That is so true. I would love to absolutely see that happen tomorrow. But along with that, viewers, you heard it right here. Of course, we will be back again tomorrow with the final day of week number 2. But along with that, our day today does come to an end. Of course, thank you so much for tuning in. Do not forget to follow our social medias. Until tomorrow, take care, stay awesome. Bye-bye.